ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. It is indeed the morning. It is Sunday morning. Getting ourselves rolling into the day. And of course, as you are probably aware, we watched MVP MMA 1 last night. What a fantastic decision that was. You know, we sacrificed watching the UFC for history being made on Netflix with Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano. And let me tell you, when I think about cards in 2026 that delivered 100%, it's certainly got to be in the conversation. Chase and I on the podcast, we have a podcast on this channel called Last Week's Fights. That'll be live tomorrow at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Myself and Chase, on that podcast, at the end of the year, we do our year-end wrap-up. We go through some of the great moments of the year. And MVP MMA 1, I mean, we might have to make a whole separate special category for that to be represented, what we saw on that card. Just the highest levels of mixed martial arts being represented on the biggest platform of Netflix with the biggest promoter in the game, Jake Paul, behind it all. Really, I've got nothing but tremendous and glowing praise for what we saw last night with the MVP card. So, we're going to have to put that out of our minds for right now. We're going to have to, keep those great memories in our hearts. But for right now, we are back because we did not watch the UFC card, Allen versus Costa. I know that a lot of people have been wanting to discuss this card. I've been seeing the Discord popping up. I've done such I've been actually very proud of my willpower. I've put in a lot of effort over the course of this evening into this morning to keep myself away from social media. So I'm going into this as fresh as possible. And I appreciate you being here with me to rewatch these fights if you have seen them or watch them for the first time if you have not. So while we get ready here, let a couple people filter on in. I appreciate seeing a couple people in the chat already. Thank you for being here. Get yourself Paramount Plus. You will navigate yourself to the UFC Fight Night page. And I did want to talk a little bit about rewatching fights on Paramount Plus. If you are not familiar with this, if you've not done it, this is one of the multitude. I mean, there are certainly many, many criticisms that one could have of Paramount Plus when it comes to the UFC. But this is one for me personally that is high on the list because, as you know, for the podcast that I just referenced earlier, I rewatch all of these fights. So I will watch them now, and I will most likely watch them again tomorrow. Rewatches on Paramount Plus are among the worst experiences that I think that you could possibly have because they chop these fights up so poorly, and then they also go out of their way to mute audio when there are ad reads and other types of advertising so that it's not replayed because there are ads rights deals involved and they don't want to be giving free promotion where promotion is not paid for, etc. There's a number of different reasons why they do what they do. But going from ESPN to Paramount, ESPN used to play the entire card in its entirety. You just had the full VOD at your disposal after the event. This is like taking a chainsaw and just hacking away bits and pieces of the card and then giving you the bare minimum of what you absolutely fundamentally need if you even get that. And there have been times where you don't even get that. So I say all of that to say that all of you fine people in the chat, who I'm going to get to in just a minute, so sit tight. All of you fine people, be aware that if you have never done this process, if you have never gone back and rewatched fights on Paramount Plus, just know things like post-fight interviews could get cut short. Just know that different times of the audio from the commentary might just randomly drop out. Just know that there are going to be things, apparently, we were talking about this last night, Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway has been announced for UFC 329. That announcement is probably not going to be on this rewatch unless it is discussed within a fight capacity, like within one of the fights. Like if the commentary talks about it during a fight, that is when you will hear it. But if it took place in between fights, You are not going to get any of that. You're getting nothing that happens between fights. And this is especially bothersome to me because on the podcast, we used to talk about when people would get inducted into the Hall of Fame. I had mentioned this recently as well. Chris Weidman just inducted into the Hall of Fame. I certainly have opinions about that. Would have talked about that on the podcast. Completely slipped my mind because it gets cut out of the rewatches that I do. So if you don't see it and make a note of it in real time, it falls by the wayside, as does everything else that is not within the confines of an actual fight on the broadcast. So I say all of that to say, if this is your first time doing this with Paramount Plus, just know it is not a pleasant experience. Flat out, to me at least, a person who rewatches fights very regularly, if not every single week, it is a tremendously unpleasant experience in my estimation. The one thing I will say is that it does cut down your rewatch time. You know, you get exactly what you need. You get only the meat, no potatoes. So I guess maybe that's a plus in a maybe an abstract sense. But to me, I would rather have everything and I can decide what I need or don't need. And I can fast forward as I want to, etc. So just go into this knowing that this might not be exactly the most fun time. But I think what we're going to do, and again, I'm going to get to you guys in the chat in just a second. We'll get started in a couple minutes. What I'm going to do, I think, is probably just play fight by fight and pause in between the fights. Because, again, this is not one full card. This is fight by fight. So we're gonna watch a fight. It'll load up the next fight. And I know everybody's going to have different load times and all of that kind of stuff. So I think we're going to play a fight. We're going to watch it all the way through. I will pause the next fight, give you a countdown, and we're basically just going to restart the process for each one of these fights. I think that's the best way to do it. Again, it's a little herky-jerky. It's a little stop and start, but it is what it is based on what you get out of this bullshit. So all of that being said, let me get to you guys in the chat. Appreciate you all being here early. Sanjay is here. Oops, I meant to log into OF. Brother, the OF streaming experience is probably better than Paramount Plus, and I'm not even memeing. I'm not even kidding about that. I bet you that OF probably has, like, you know, that actually is a good question. I would have to go back to Cage Fury and see, you know, CFFC. I would have to go back to one of their events and see if the entire prelims are in VOD form in like a block. Because if they are, OnlyFans gets a higher mark than Paramount Plus when it comes to rewatches. Half Dead Frank is here. W, Half Dead Frank. Appreciate you, brother. W. I've never seen a morning Yama. It's a rare occurrence, brother, but could be less rare going forward when we make the changes that we are making in the near future. Big Ben is here early. What up, Big Ben? Good to see you again. Told you weeks ago, Connor, July 11th. Let's go. Hell yeah, brother. You see, you know, this is why Big Ben keeps us up to date with all the inside knowledge. Did you ever hear back from my future girlfriend, Big Ben? Big Ben, a Swiss Army knife of the chat. That was a good call, Big Ben. The card looks like a banger. BSD versus Pimblett is on there as well. Okay, all right. These are things that I am just learning about now. We'll find out soon, more and more. Fight by fight sucks a bit as it makes it hard to take breaks. Well, I mean, actually, it doesn't make it hard to take breaks, really. I mean, we can just break between any of the fights, you know? Bloomis is here. What up, Bloomis? Good to see you in the morning time. My man with the early Sunday stream. What a legend. Yep, we got rewatches to do, brother. The sport does not sleep because we take time to watch bullshit like Rousey versus Carano. The sport keeps moving. We keep moving along with it. Jeremy Hall is here. What up, Jeremy? Good to see you, brother. Morning, Yammer Bros, indeed. Good morning to all of you guys. We're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. I have leftover ramen for breakfast. You know, look, this is just a personal thing, okay? And don't stop doing it on my account. You know, I think that this is actually maybe a universal thing, but it's different per person. You know, there are certain, like, words that trigger you and just, like, you have a visceral reaction to them. Brekkie is something that it curls my skin. I don't know why, but it just sounds like cutesy in a way that is so fucking annoying to me. Like, as I know the English people say brekkie as well. Even me saying it bothers me. Oh God, I hate seeing it. I hate saying it. But anyway, like I said, that's just, I remember Todd Barry, the comedian, did a bit about this. He used the word fridge, which for some reason, I guess, is one of his words that bothers him. But yeah, brekkie bothers me. The word waft, for some reason, really bothers me. There's just a couple of words like that just, for some reason, I have this like instant reaction to. I'm like, ugh, stop. Some fights with the Blood Palm family. Good start to my day off. Well, I appreciate that, Sanjay. Didn't mean to jump on you over the brekkie thing. But it, like I said, even just hearing myself say it, I hate it. I cannot stand it for some reason. 7 a.m. is not too early for some vodka. Is it not on your day off, brother? Anytime the sun is out, or if it's not out, if it's your day off. Not yet. She must be tired after waiting for that card to start having beanbags. True, brother. True. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to be interested to hear what she has to say. Shout out to Jade. Can't believe we watched that crap last night. I mean, after getting it all said, I was talking to Bloomis about this in the DMs a little earlier today. Messaged me about something else, and I was saying, I've been thinking a lot about the MVP card, formulating my thoughts about it. And the more that I think about it, the more I do kind of agree with everybody, where I'm like, man, net negative for MMA. Because it really was just a bunch of setup and payoff fights, Ngannou and Linz, setup and payoff. The only fight that was even really not that way, but still was not overly satisfying, was Perry versus Diaz. And the rest was, again, setup and payoff for the most part. So it's like, give the people what they want, I guess. But if the people want that, then that is a net negative for MMA, I think. So again, I'm still formulating my full thoughts on it, but crap, I think, is probably an accurate assessment. And of course, I will talk a little bit about this when we start the show tomorrow. I might be going Galaxy Brain on this one, but I just realized Sanjay, maybe Curiosity lives in Discord. There you go, brother. Putting 2 and 2 together, Bloomis. Why can't we use the same name across platform, bros? People do what they want to do when it comes to that. But you just got to be on top of it, bro. You just have to, the Blood Palm moves in mysterious ways. There are people in the Discord now that I don't even know who. I mean, like, in a good way. I feel happy about it. I'm very happy that anybody wants to be in the Discord. But, like, I see names pop up, and I'm like, I don't even know who that guy is. Hopefully I use context clues to figure it out over time. All right. We're going to get started here in about 3 minutes. Start at 10:15. So, if you are on Paramount Plus, you go to the UFC Fight Night page, and then you will scroll down to the Fight Selector section. And then you will keep scrolling down. You might have to click the Show More option. But you're going to scroll all the way down to until you see Shauna Bannon versus Nicole Cagliari. And that will be our first fight of the evening. The first fight of the evening for this card. First fight of the morning for us good people hanging here. And I appreciate each of you being here for this. Thank you very much for hanging out with your boy early on a Sunday. Also, before we start, since we do have a couple minutes left, Muay Thai Sundays is still on. So don't think that just because we are here now, I will not be back. I will be back probably around 10 o'clock this evening. Maybe earlier. If I can get 9 o'clock, I might try to do that. But most likely 10 o'clock p.m. We're going to watch RWS, and we're going to keep an eye out for our good friend Lachlan, who not only shouted out Yama, in visual form on the One Championship card, but apparently went all out on the RWS broadcast, and we're going to have to see how that looks. So we're going to be on Lachlan watch to see the Yama shout out on RWS, but the RWS main event is a champion versus champion fight. So this should be a good one. Just don't call me Shirley. Have you caught any spoilers for this one, Matt? Yeah. So yes, I had a couple of spoilers. I think I know that I had a spoiler about the Doo-Ho Choi fight, which was unfortunate that one was the one that got spoiled because that was the one I was most looking forward to on this card. But I had that, and I won't even say it. Let's keep a little bit of suspense. But for anybody who has not had it spoiled, but I heard about that, and then I also heard that there was something goofy in the Malcolm Wellmaker fight, but I didn't get too deep into it. So no no tremendous spoilers just yet. We'll see. We'll see if any of that is even true. Maybe people were trolling me, knowing that I was going to be watching it today. All right. Hey, speaking of Lachlan, here he is. We were just about to start, but Lachlan showing up. The man, the myth, the legend out there in Thailand. Yo, I'm so mad they cut out the bit I was in. What? They cut out the bit you were in? You were in the Drinks Up segment, but they cut to tape when I was shown. Oh, no. Oh, no. What an unfortunate thing. Well, we are still going to watch the event that you were at anyway, Lachlan. Did you post in the Discord what you were wearing so we can see if we can spot you in the crowd? That sucks, though, bro. That is unfortunate that is the case. But either way, we're still going to represent. We're still going to be doing Muay Thai Sunday. And we're still going to be on Lachlan Watch, hoping to see our boy Lachlan out there. But that is unfortunate. Also, speaking of which, actually, this is another thing, by the way. Another great member of the Blood Palm, Bleeding Edge, is at Fury FC today. He got last-minute tickets cage side for Fury FC. And apparently, he is repping the Yama merch out at Fury FC. So we're probably going to do a Fury FC rewatch on Tuesday, I think. It'll be a few days removed, and that's a little bit annoying. I try to keep the rewatches as close to the cards as I can. Because as the farther you get out, the more it's like, old news, I would say. But we're probably going to do a rewatch of Fury FC on Tuesday to see if we can catch Bleeding Edge rocking the Yama merch. And shout out to Bleeding Edge very much for repping Yama out there, repping the Blood Palm out in public. As I said on the broadcast last night, we had Lachlan out in Thailand. We have Bleeding Edge at Fury in Texas rocking Yama merch. Yama is international, people. The Blood Palm is an international collective of amazing individuals. Kenny Cross walkout song was Danish Lucas Graham. Just noticed that? Oh, yeah. Well, after that performance, I don't know if you're... Anyway, I don't know if you've seen the fight yet or not. Bleeding Edge a G for reppin'? Absolutely he is. Yeah, we're gonna keep an eye out for that on Tuesday, most likely. We'll see, though, because this is a lot of streaming for this early part of the week, and I do have a lot of work. This is a very work-intensive period of time that I'm in right now, so we'll have to see what the schedule looks like next week. If you've not seen the Hamzat video, I say that to say, definitely check it out. But also, I'm trying to do more videos on the channel, trying to keep the content moving as always. So, I'm working that with all my other schedules a little difficult, but we will see what we can make happen here. All right. That being said, now that we over-talked it a little bit, we're at 10:18, so we'll do it at 10:20. Give it 2 more minutes, and we're going to get started with the first fight of the evening, which, of course, is Shauna Bannon versus Nicole Cagliari. If you want, you can click that link to the fight, get it queued up, because that is what I am going to do. I see the little spinning circle here, so it should be, it's optimizing my playback experience. Yeah, let's see if it actually goes or if I'm going to have to refresh. This is also something that is very annoying about Paramount. But all right, here we go. I have it queued up. I'm at 0-0-0 on the Bannon versus Cagliari fight. Weird seeing light coming through your window. I know, bro. I know. I don't even think I need my ambient lighting right now. It's middle of the day here. We're going to be middle of the day soon. That Chimaev segment was awesome. I highly suggest it. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for commenting as well. I've seen your comments in there. You're on it, Big Ben? I love it. All right, everybody else, get yourself ready here. We got 1 minute. We're going to get started. I will give you a sync point, which is going to be 0-0-0. I will let you know when I start. I will start the timer, and we will go for the first 20 minutes, and then it should autoplay to the next fight after this, but I will still pause it. Again, this is a little herky-jerky with all this stuff, but it is what it is. We're going to get through it for all these fights, for all of these amazing fights. I heard that this was not a bad event, so hopefully it will live up to that, and we will all enjoy together. So, I hate the stupid way you have to click on every fight to watch it. Come on, Paramount, do better. Brother, at this point, with how long they've been in this arrangement, I cannot believe they are still the way that they are with Paramount. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like it is one of the like I love that there are no more pay-per-views and all of that. Like that's awesome. But like the quality of life improvements that this system needs are just off the charts for me. You're only here until they announce Connor. I don't know. You might be here for a little while. Then I think they announced that on main card. I love you going super specific with the timestamps. You got it, brother. You have a good technique when you do these segments like that, Thinker. News segments. Appreciate that. Thank you, Sanjay. I try. I don't always get it 100% correct, but I try. All right, let's get this thing started. So I am going to click the start button here. I'm the play button. I'm going to click this. I'm going to click the timer, and this thing is going to be underway. So get yourself all queued up, and we are starting our watch along. Shauna Bannon versus Nicole Cagliari in 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. All right. Connor being my boss, I knew in Marabella he was fighting, just didn't know his opponent. True. I'm telling you, Big Ben with the inside track. Big Ben is our man on the inside. Of course, now my first love, Shauna Bannon, is going to have to contend with my new lady, Jade. All of these fighting women that I'm involved with, it's just going to be hard. Plus, my ring girl, Wilma Met, out there in RWS. I mean, a lot of ladies going to be fighting for my attention. All right, there's Nicole Cagliari, much thinner. You know, Nicole Cagliari went down a weight for this fight. 8-4 coming into this fight. Good Lord. Talk about needing a win. I forget Connor is an owner of BKFC. Apparently a pretty active one from what Big Ben and public information would seem to make the case. Like, you know, sometimes a lot of those guys that are involved in those promotions and productions are just kind of like figureheads or, you know, partial ownership, but not really involved. But Connor actually seems like he's like actively involved in the goings on at BKFC. So that's pretty cool. Hey, Yama, I got another in for CFFC as well. John Morgan. Oh, no shit. John Morgan. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to John Morgan. He's a very close friend. I can get all news from him and the MMA Roadshow. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, no, I like John Morgan. I've always appreciated that guy. He's very involved until he has an opponent. True. All right, Cagliari versus Bannon is about to start here. Who is our referee? I didn't see. Oh, Kerry Hatley. All right, well, keep that in mind. Ooh, all right, quick start. Fight is underway. Oof. That was a nice right hand for Bannon to start. I like her braids. Ooh, all right. Oh, whoa. Nice. Up and over for Cagliari, but Bannon back to her feet instantly and clinched up on the cage now. Yeah, Kerry Hatley. Let him die, Hatley. Bobby Green still recovering from the Jalen Turner fight all these months and years later. Letting hands go for real. Yeah, they went right to it. Appreciate the intensity of this fight. Start off. Chase did. That's the only other minor spoiler that I had was that I stopped in on Chase's stream and he did say that this was a start of the card women's banger as we have come to expect. So far it's living up to that. I don't like Connor, but from everything I have gathered, Connor is very active, smart business person. He certainly seems to keep a decent team around him for business-related matters, and I appreciate that. Fight's already more entertaining than Gina and Ronda? Absolutely factual. Absolutely factual. That up and over that Cagliari just pulled off was more entertaining than the entirety of the 17 seconds that we watched. Paul Felder on commentary. I appreciate that. Cagliari just hanging out in the guard right now. Bannon trying to stay active on the ground with some strikes to the side of the head. Nice body work from Cagliari there. Yeah, that judo toss was beautiful. See, if Ronda had done that, you know what I mean? Like, at least that would have been something more than just fucking fall on your back and armbar. Conor has a good legal team, too. Sometimes all the best lawyers in the world can't stop the onslaught. Of course, I have covered Conor's legal troubles very extensively on this channel. I actually have a supercut of all of my coverage of Conor's legal battles. If you are interested, I believe it's like 6 hours long or something like that. Maybe 3, but either way, it's a long video. So if you're interested in all of my coverage of Conor and his various legal entanglements, search his name on the channel. Time for your first shot of vodka? Hey, brother. 5 o'clock somewhere. All right. Cagliari just kind of content controlling right now. Ooh, all right. Little pick up and drop. Looks like she was trying to slam, but she actually kind of put Bannon in a better position. Although Bannon's not really trying to get back on her feet. Like, she's got the legs locked up. She's right on the cage. She could be trying to angle herself up and get back to her feet, but she's kind of just hanging out here. Yeah, see, I mean, DC is saying the same thing. Just for the people that think Conor is the same person as 5 to 8 years ago, I can promise after giving his life to God and marrying his best friend, finally, he's totally different. Yeah, you know, he has apparently turned a new leaf with the religion thing. Good for him, I guess, if it's helping him out. Whatever works. Whatever's going to get him on the right path. All right, so Bannon gets a little bit of space now. Cagliari back to her feet. Bannon's still on her back, though. Cagliari moving the legs over. Ooh, that was a nice little reverse up kick. All right, Bannon kind of wall walking when she's really not trying to get to her feet. A little north-south action going on. Slightly envious of Cagliari in this position. Conor may have to get to let his legal team help out Hamzat. Brother, not in Hamzat's region of the world. Hamzat is perfectly fine in his region of the world with what he's apparently involved with. We don't know for sure. Trust me, I certainly know that we don't know for sure based on all the comments on that video. Chimaev is a Swedish citizen. I think he can flee there and be immune. But again, I think that the stuff that's going on in Chechnya is probably not going to leave Chechnya. All right, last 10 seconds of this round, and Bannon really making herself look very bad in this round. All right, Cagliari takes the back in the last 10 seconds. All right, whatever, a little sub attempt at the very end. All right, that's round 1. All right. Round 2 underway. That's your favorite BJJ move, is ass to face? I mean, when it's Shauna Bannon, I would certainly appreciate it myself. All right, Bannon on her feet now. Oh, there you go. Nice strike up top, but the kangaroo hops, this is exactly what I was talking about on the podcast. I was saying that the kangaroo hops are not going to work against Cagliari. She's going to get past that shit. And Cagliari does just that. She gets past the kicking and goes right into the clinch. She should go for the Peruvian necktie. Sanjay wants a Peruvian necktie so bad. All right. Cagliari gets the back. Another Paramount L is not allowing me to watch the replays because of geolocation. What? What? Fucking unacceptable, Lachlan. Damn it, that sucks. All right, Cagliari gets the takedown. I'm sorry to hear that, Lachlan. Why would it just be the geolocation against the freaking rewatch, though? That is such garbage. Breakfast in bed, Yama chat soon. Appreciate it, brother. All right, Big Ben. Enjoy yourself. Much love to Mrs. Big Ben as well, taking care of the homie. The shit stream I'm watching has breaks in between rounds, so my sync is all shot. Ah, dude, that sucks. You know, I do have the Paramount without ads. So that is going to kind of throw things off a little bit. Sorry, Bloomis. Yeah, get a VPN for real. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't even think about the ads elements of things. Yeah, I apologize, Bloomis. I do have ad-free Paramount. That might be a problem for a couple of people. Well, like I said, I will pause after these fights, so I will at least allow everything to catch up afterwards. So you'll hear my thoughts, and then we'll resync, and it'll just kind of have to be what it's going to be. Hey, John Dong is here early. What up, John? Do you think Song Yadong was robbed against Sean O'Malley? No. We talked about that fight on the podcast. No, I don't think he was robbed. I think he definitely lost that fight. Was it closer than it should have been? Absolutely. All right, Cagliari, let's Bannon up to her feet. Bannon just way too comfortable on the ground in this fight. I did not know Paramount has ads for me. It split screens ads. Huh. Interesting. Cagliari clinches her up again. All right, Bannon gets distance now, but Bannon needs to get active with her striking here. Bannon's got a nice welt on her forehead now, too. It's not showing me any Paramount content. I've resorted to watching regional Muay Thai YouTube live. Can't complain. Hey, Lachlan, you're probably in a better spot, bro. Enjoy the Muay Thai. Really, you're still out there in Thailand, brother. You should be enjoying Thailand right now. Plenty more fights in the future, but either way, appreciate you being here. You are the man. All right, Whizzer. Cagliari with a weird move there, ends up taking herself down. That was odd, but Bannon can't even capitalize on that. Bannon looking terrible in this fight, to be perfectly honest. As I have always said, I have a little bit of a flame for Shauna Bannon, but her fight prowess is just lacking, and this fight is a good example of that. She finally wrangles Cagliari on top now, but under a minute left in the round. She's going to have to do some heavy damage to try to win this round. Bannon trying to get a crucifix here. Nah. Half guard. There's an elbow. That's good. It's all good, brother. Hanging with you guys is what I'm here for. I'll get over the sync problems. Appreciate you, Bloomis. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for always supporting, bro. You are a Blood Palm legend. All right, Bannon does some decent work on top. I'd still give this round to Cagliari, honestly. Like, okay, maybe now. Okay, there you go. A couple actual decent elbows here. This might swing the round for Bannon. Yeah, there you go. Some actual, okay, all right. You know, Shauna Bannon might have stole that round with that little work at the very end there. Because Cagliari was not very active on top when she was in that, in the control positions in the second round. I would say maybe it's 1-1 now. But Shauna Bannon barely stole that thing. I'm a huge Sugar fan, so I was disappointed in his performance. Yeah, no. That was where the bloom was solidly off of the rose, John Dong, when it comes to O'Malley. Like, O'Malley glazed fests and thinking that Sean O'Malley is like some generational talent should be out the window for anybody who thought that. Lachlan, isn't it crazy in Thailand they literally have Muay Thai 24/7? Brother, it is the greatest thing I have ever heard in my life. She's relentless, Cagliari. Glory is a month away, by the way. Brother, if we can catch the next Glory, I would be very happy about that. Both of these ladies have cardio. Yeah, but they need to use offense with the cardio, you know? Specifically Shauna Bannon. Like, again, she just barely stole that round. Bannon looks like she didn't train for this fight. No, dude, she's just not a great fighter. Like, I hate to say, like I said, you know me, bro. Shauna Bannon's my girl, but, gotta acknowledge reality here. Shauna Bannon is just not great. All right, but round 3 is going to decide this thing. Shauna Bannon coming out with some little light kicks, as she always does. She never puts power on her kicks. That's something that bothers me as well about Shauna. She uses kicks a ton, but never puts any power on them. Reaching with her striking as well. Look, did you see that? Did you see that little low kick that she just did? She literally just, yeah, low kick. It's like, what are you doing? Kick the fuck out of her leg. That spinning body kick looked nice. Oh, Cagliari going for a spinning hook kick. All right, Cagliari landing a couple of decent strikes back into the clinch. See, this is what I had said Cagliari needed to do, is get past the kicking range and make it dirty, and she's doing exactly that right now. You notice that as well. Her kicks never have intent, exactly. Oof, another big strike in the clinch for Cagliari, and that mouse on Bannon's forehead. Nice takedown by Cagliari as well. That mouse on Bannon's forehead, it doesn't even look like it doesn't look like the compression did anything to it. That thing is still swelling up. Oof. Big strike there for Cagliari. Both these fighters still look better than Gina and Ronda. True. We got the Montreal screw job in California last night. Oh, man, Jake Paul pulling the Vince McMahon on us. Ring the bell! Oh, let's go, brother. I appreciate a good old Montreal screwjob reference. And Cagliari on top again, and Bannon just so willing to accept this position. Shauna Bannon is just so comfortable on her back doing nothing. Cagliari has some really slick judo. I agree. Yeah, she's had two really nice takedowns in this fight. How am I just seeing that Usyk is fighting Glory legend Rico Verhoeven next week? Yeah, dude, at the Pyramids. Usyk is a fucking minus 3,000 favorite. Stop these circus fights. I mean, look, man, I'm happy that Rico's getting the bag, but Alexander Usyk is potentially the best boxer of all time. So I mean, it makes sense. Oh, head and arm. Uh-oh, Cagliari with the head and arm. She might have it. Does she have it? Oh, Shauna Bannon trying to pull some space, but doesn't look like she's getting any. Head and arm. Oh, she's off to the side now. She's got, yeah, bean bag.
Oh, that boy got a bean bag.
Lady got a bean bag.
Ooh, that's a bean bag.
That is a bean bag. What a beautiful head and arm. And she moved to the correct side. Nicole Cagliari getting high marks from your boy for that one. Good pick by Thinker St. James, taking Cagliari against Bannon. Good Lord. That was really nice. Too early to have another shot of vodka? I mean, says you. Yeah, head and arm was really slick. And again, she moved to the correct side, which I appreciate. Every time I see a head and arm setup, I'm always like, move into the position for it. If you're going to do it right. Cagliari, doing it right. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was nice. Cagliari needed the win. She's 0-2 in the organization. Before this fight, of course. Rico might get slept quicker than Gina. I mean, again, dude, it's Alexander Usyk. Come on, man. And Rico can't kick in this fight. It is a boxing match. So, again, I am very happy that Rico is getting the bag. Talked about that. I put the clip out on the channel about that. Put the clip out, talking about the Rico fight and, Zuffa boxing and all of that. So I'm very happy he's getting the bag, but let's not get it twisted. Alexander Usyk is going to box the head off of him in front of the Sphinx. Shauna Bannon looking bruised and dejected. Yeah, Cagliari, very impressive in that fight. Adam Hurley, what's up, brother? I wanted to hear Drake's new album, so I made a dentist appointment. What? Oh, is that an Iceman reference? I don't. Oh, is it like dental waiting room music? What are you referencing here, Adam Hurley? More time in the gym. She could be a beast in the future. Yeah, she's still early on. Moves up to 9-4, thankfully. Hey, there's Chase. There's the GOAT Chase Parton. In for a treat this card. So far off to a good start with the Cagliari fight. Nicole looking very nice in that fight. Shauna Bannon very comfortable doing nothing on her back. Alien or aliens? That's a philosophical question right there. I need a movie to watch on my new TV. I've seen both, but hardly remember the original. I mean, if you haven't seen the original in a while, then definitely watch the original. The original Alien is one of the greatest movies ever. Alien is a triumph of filmmaking. But you know, it's a different vibe. They have two different vibes. So again, you know, it's a fundamental kind of philosophical question as to what you're interested in the moment. If you want action, go for Aliens. If you want atmosphere and fear in general, then go for Alien. Rico is going to get beat up like AJ Dubois and Fury did. Yeah. Versus Alexander Usyk, correct. A different Rico? Yeah, Rico Verhoeven is who we're talking about. What other Rico is there in boxing? Which one were you thinking of? I would suggest the original. I mean, between those two, if you haven't seen the original in a while, that would be my suggestion as well. The original Alien is just it's a film that like I love. Like when I watch Alien, I'll pause it and just like look at the set design at times. You know what I mean? It's like a movie that is so visually stunning to look at. All right, so we are auto-playing to the next fight, but of course I will pause it. So let everybody catch up here. It is optimizing my playback experience. God, Paramount Plus sucks so bad. Give everybody a second to catch up. We've got, of course, Daniel Barreth versus Luis Gurule coming up next. So everybody get yourself caught up, get yourself ready for the next fight. Of course, we can take some breaks if you need them, but I am ready to go right into fight number 2 here. So giving you a second here, get yourself all queued up, get yourself ready, get yourself paused. Of course, we are starting at 0-0-0 again. I will restart the timer. You ready? Everybody good? We all set to go? All right, sounds good to me. We're starting Barreth versus Gurule in 3, in 2, in 1, a let's jam. All right, here we go. Big head Gurule, bro, they both got big heads. Shout out to Half Dead Frank, bro. Half Dead Frank is a valued member of the Blood Palm now, brother. I appreciate you being here. Shout out to City Life Project as well. We are, I hopefully, it would be really cool if we could get a free-for-all together this week. Chase, if you're still in the chat, oh, Chase is right there. Yeah, Chase. If we have time this week, Chase, it would be awesome if we could get a free-for-all together. I would certainly like to try to communicate with Isha over there and see if we can get him on. Optimizing experience was the main thing pissing me off. Yeah. They have a lot of nerve saying that that's what that is. Optimizing your playback experience. Optimize these nuts. That's a long and funny way to say that you're buffering. Wednesday is when you can pull it. I love that. I think Wednesday would be fantastic. They used to give you a choice when they first started to watch the whole event or fight by fight. On Paramount they did? I don't remember that. If you're talking about on ESPN, maybe. Battle of the bobbleheads. They both do got big-ass heads, bro. Come on. These two look like lollipops with MMA gloves on. All right, Barreth versus Gurule is underway. 4 minutes, 54, 53, 52, 51, 450 right now. All right, nice low kick for Barreth to start. Ooh, that was a good strike by Barreth. Gurule always keeps that low, tight guard. Looking for entries with the wrestling, I would suspect. Gurule also sports the Metallica snake tattoo. I don't think that that's actually what it is, but it certainly is what it reminds me of. Nice body shot for Bareth. No, in Paramount, first couple events, you could watch the whole thing or fight by fight. I don't remember that. Maybe a while after they do that. They did that for the last numbered event, but either way, it still doesn't matter, though, because all that is what they did for the last numbered event. I watched it as a full event, and they just take all of the individual fights that they chop up and butcher and just string them into a full event. All right, Gurule chasing Bareth right now. Oh, there's some good striking for Gurule. Yeah, Gurule with some decent striking. Bareth tries to go for head and arm, but Gurule had the forearm in there. What's your fight time? 3 minutes 30 just passed. In Bareth versus Gurule. Head movement will be key in this fight. I mean, it's a whole lot of head to move. Oh, Bareth with these guys are going for it. Oh, Bareth taking the back. How the fuck did he pull that off? That's wild. Gurule is supposed to be the wrestler over here. Bareth takes his back. And then Gurule ends up reversing. Bareth getting a little too greedy with the position there. Motherfuckers are top heavy, tipping over. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. This is being defied in this fight. Oof, Gurule with the head and arm now. Looks like, modified anaconda. Top down side. Doesn't look like Bareth is succumbing to it, but he might be. Uh-oh. Bareth turning red. Bareth losing his Bareth. Ooh, Gurule moving into a better position with it now. Yeah, that was a nice transition. It was Bareth's fault. He fucked it up. Bareth screwed himself on that one. Wow, DC. It's an anaconda. I don't care. Yeah, it's not like you should care, DC. You're just the commentator for the event telling all the people who don't know what the moves are what they are. Yeah, he lost it. I'm wondering if I should get my first tattoo. Oh, interesting, Bloomis. Maybe something karate or MMA related. Yeah, all right. Any tips or suggestions? No tramp stamps, please. Talk to CTE in the Discord. He would probably have some suggestions for you. But if you want something MMA related, I don't know, actually. I'd have to think about that. You should get a Bloodsport tattoo, bro. Honestly, that would be kind of dope. Just get the OK USA guy. Tell you when they stand back up. Well, they are back up now, and they are striking. Luis Gurule taking round one off the submission attempt, and some decent striking for Gurule, I would say. We still got a minute left in the round right now. He needs to turn it into a Peruvian necktie. Nice knee for Bareth. Bareth going for another takedown. I do not think... Bareth is getting real wild with these takedowns after almost being submitted. Hey, Kumar is here. What up? Piyush. I think McDern is your age. Mackenzie Dern. She is fighting since Michael Johnson started his MMA training. True, yes. Mackenzie Dern is probably a little bit younger than me, but yeah, close enough. Close enough that she could be mine, but I don't have the skill or the will to standing guillotine Antonio Tricoli for her love. There's a decent little scrap between these two guys right now. All right. Yeah, I would give that first round to Gurule. He almost had the submission attempt and some decent striking did it. Very nice. That is the end of round one, of course. I have a yin-yang tattoo with was my first martial art tattoo. True. Get the OK USA on your forehead. Hell yeah. I love it. What's your thought on Alice Pereira, that girl who knee KO'd? Yes, we talked about her last night, did we not? She's kind of my type. She has meme persona with like Paulo Costa. I don't think that she's necessarily that great. She didn't look great in her first fight, and the knee knockout was nice, but she kind of got it off of her opponent making like a fundamental mistake. She was winning that fight up until that point, though. She has potential, I would say. As far as attractiveness goes, not really for me. She's a little too tall, but as a fighter, yeah, she might grow in. She's young. I mean, she's like 20 years old or something. So is it over? No. Round 2 is starting. Let me know when Ed 2 starts. I'm off to, yeah, round 2 has just started. We are 4 minutes 50 right now. All right, let's see if Barreth can get himself a little bit more into this fight. Oh, there you go. That was a good strike. Gurule looking pretty decent in this fight. But Barreth needs to just keep himself active. Let that volume do some work. Ooh. Nice low kick for Gurule. Sanjay, or excuse me, not Sanjay. Bloomis, you should get John Claude doing the brick breaking as a tattoo. Get the dim mock. Am I the only one who think Marvin Vettori can take that Francis hand that KO'd Lynn's clean? I think that Francis probably could even knock out Vettori, maybe. Yeah, I think so. There you go. That was a good connection for Barreth. Finally, it's just Barreth is not landing at a consistent enough clip, and Gurule is just being very active. There, that was a nice combo. One to the body, two to the head for Barreth. But yeah, I mean, we all know that Marvin Vettori has like a brick head. That is that's his biggest claim to fame, is being unknockoutable. But he is also not a heavyweight. And Francis Ngannou, I think Francis Ngannou could knock out a locomotive. Gurule just keeps the pressure on and keeps the striking going. That is definitely the thing that is setting him apart in this fight. Barreth has had some nice connections, another good one there. But it's just Gurule taking all of the damage and then just throwing like 1.5 times more. Bolo Young portrait, fucking based, Half Dead Frank. R.I.P. to the legend. And, of course, R.I.P. to the legend Donald Gibb as well. Ray Jackson forever. Yeah, Gurule, I mean, he's brute forcing his way to a victory right now, which I appreciate. Yeah, Gurule is just like, he's not letting himself be denied in this fight, which is nice to see. Gurule is too stiff. I think that that's an accurate assessment, but it's the output that I think is allowing him to overcome the shortcomings in the striking. Oh, another nice connection for Gurule. Oh, Barreth looking a little stunned off of that last connection. Oh, another big one lands for Gurule. He caught him clean there. Barreth starting to look a little wobbly. This could be it. This could be it. Barreth on the ropes. Could we be seeing a Gurule beanbag? Oh, Gurule ties him up, gets his back now. Minute 28 left. Oh, suplex. Full on WWE suplex. Straight out of Warrior. Wow. Gurule just hit a legitimate German suplex. Holy shit. You don't see that every day. Damn, Chase wasn't kidding. This is a good card so far. All right, they're clinched up. If we're talking about pure boxing strictly, Cody, like JDM, is best, even decent footwork. But if we're talking about MMA striking, he is lacking that. You talking about Cody Garbrandt? A dim mock tattoo would go hard? Fuck yeah, it would. You're thinking going for a more simple design, like a symbol or something, maybe some Japanese letter I know from karate. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, nice spinning back fist for Barreth. But Barreth is just so far behind at this point. Yeah, I'll have to think about it, Bloomis. Yeah, they are banging. This is a good fight. Oh, jeez. Another big connection for Goulet at the end of the round. Oh, jeez. Nice. Yeah, Goulet looking great in this fight. This is the best we have seen him in the UFC right now. Barreth blocking with his face. True. I think he was just stunned so bad he couldn't keep his hands up. I would suggest making it very personal, Bloomis. I agree with that. That would be how I feel about tattoos. It would have to be something very personal to me if I was ever to get them. That is, of course, why I would like a VHS tape on my wrist. That is something that is deeply personal to me. My love of physical media and classic media formats. You've seen the collection. I cannot believe Goulet hit that suplex. That was crazy. The Tom Hardy suplex. You know what I'm talking about. Brock Lesnar style, Cormier says. Yep. Rampage Jackson to an extent, right? Nah, he was more of the front slam, but still. Powerbomb. Yeah, paying homage to Brock Lesnar. I train in Hendo Gym, he said, and I kind of acknowledge that Mirzakhanov is stylistically worse matchup for Khamzat. He is short and anti-grappling and power hands. Paulo makes it look easy because of the kick. If you think that Azamat Mirzakhanov can beat Khamzat Chimaev, I mean, look, if Khamzat moves up, then maybe we'll see it. You have a question? Go for it, Big Ben. All right. Oh, Goulet starting off round 3. Nice. Goulet just has been a man on a mission in this fight. If he doesn't get the finish, it's going to be unfortunate because he is putting that work in for it. Bloomis, I also have an SNF in Sanskrit after both my parents. Oh, gotcha. There you go. That's nice, Sanjay. You think Prime JDS will smoke that Kevin Randleman looking Cuban guy? Robellis? I mean, maybe in his prime, but he ain't do it in the fight he was just in. Yeah, Goulet is relentless, and Barreth is tough, bro. Barreth's taking all of this damage. But again, Felicia Spencer syndrome in action. Being one tough punching bag does not win a fight. How did Dana feel knowing all the fighters made more than ever and all the very good refs were at the MVB card? I don't think he cared about the refs because that's commission assignment. And as far as fighters making money, I don't think he cared much about that either because he still has a full roster of fighter and $7.7 billion in his organization. So why would he care? The only way that Dana would have cared if he thought that card was a threat to the UFC, which it certainly was not. So I don't think that he cared much about any of that personally. Yeah, definitely fire Sanjay. Of course, keeping the memory alive is very important. Meat Rocket is here. What up, Meat Rocket? Thank you, brother. I'm so glad you're here. How are you rewatching the whole card? I can't even find full events on Paramount. No, we're watching it fight by fight, Meat Rocket. And you can watch along with us. We are on Goulet versus Barreth. Round 3. Just over the halfway point of round 3. Beautiful female UFC fighter with boring or Angela Hill with fight of the night. I mean, if I'm watching fights, then Angela Hill with fight of the night. I mean, all the beautiful female fighters have Instagram for the most part. I don't need fights for that. That's why I've never been one of these guys that really thirsts over fighters in fights, like female fighters. Like, if I want to be thirsting over these women fighters, I will go to their Instagram. While I'm watching fights, I care about the fights. Generally, I'm only talking about their attractiveness because the chat is talking about it. You know, or the odd comment just for the lulz. Bro, these guys have not stopped swinging this entire fucking fight. This is crazy. This is a really good fight. Barreth is too tough for his own good because he has taken some crazy damage in this fight. And Gurule is just, he is in the fucking zone, bro. Gurule looking at the camera like, what do I have to do to put this guy away? Barreth has a chin on him. Kid gets hit clean. Bro, I'm telling you. Not a kid, though. I think he's like 37 or something. Even Herb Dean was at MVP. That's crazy to me. Yeah, but I think that's commission-based assignments, is it not? And even still, I mean, what does Dana care about the referee? Dana doesn't care about the refereeing when the good refs are in his own organization. The UFC has had some of the dumbest refereeing decisions and calls in the history of the sport in the last fucking year. Nothing ever changes. So why would he care if the good refs are over there? The bad refs make bad calls as much as the good refs do. They're interchangeable at this point. That's why Big Ben, we need you to go in there and clean up the system, bro. Big Ben must be our Serpico. Bro, look, are you kidding me with this fight? These guys are just rock'em sock'em robots over here. Fight of the night so far, and we're only 2 fights in. Golly. Barreth and Gurule trying to go for the gold over here. Go for the bonus. Gurule with the fucking suplex. That was great, dude.
W.
That's a W fight, man. Round of applause for those guys. Crazy that Dana didn't care about MVP but tried to buy BKFC for $150 million to get rid of it. Interesting. Is that why him and Feldman met all those years ago? I remember them having a meeting. Good for Feldman. Good for Feldman for not selling. The pace of that MVP card is scar ruin. Yeah, it sucked. Ruined it for me. They did the boxing approach where they took 30 minutes between each fight. Yes, Meat Rocket, I agree entirely. That was terrible. That was one of the worst parts about an otherwise not great card. And Gurule gets the job done. There's the goth girlfriend. Shout out to Luis Gurule. He deserved it. That was great. Good job, Gurule. Barreth keeps firing back. Yeah, Barreth deserves some praise for that performance as well. You're going to try, Big Ben? I appreciate it. I know you are. Can't believe I'm yelling about MMA again? Brother, it never stops around here. That's all that happens around here. Gurule takes it IMO, but that's a banger. Yeah, no, absolutely he did. He definitely took it, and well-deserved, because that was a great fight. If this Nate show against Trilogy against Conor, he will beat him like Eddie. Bro, first of all, there's never going to be a trilogy with Conor. Second of all, if the Nate Diaz that showed up in the fight against Mike Perry shows up against Conor, it will be one of the worst fights of all time, and Conor will win that fight. Conor now can beat that Nate easily. All right, we're going to get Ardell Yan versus Viana queued up here in just a moment, so I will pause one more time, as always. I like how this is going, actually. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this, because this is actually, to me, not bad. I'm not disliking the way that our watch-along is going right now. But so we are paused. I'm going to pause it for just a moment. Although I want Chandler against him, not the Hawani guy. Chandler against Conor? It should have happened, I believe. I mean, they were booked. It should have happened. They were on the fucking Ultimate Fighter together. It should have happened. But wanting Conor to fight anybody nowadays is kind of just a weird thing to me. I think Hokit has more of a chance against Ngannou than Linz. yeah, he would have more of a chance, but he's still getting knocked out like everybody else. 2 years ago, Yes tried to buy us out, and Dave told him, no, but we are coming for you. That's funny. Love Mr. Feldman. He is the GOAT. Yes. Yeah. Shout out to the Feldman brothers. Both those guys are, I got great respect for them both. Power of the head. Yeah, head versus head. Bigger head prevailed. You walk away when DC enters the cage. Fair. It's called Yama, a.k.a. yelling about mixed martial arts. Jeremy knows what's up. Right hand Hendo or left hook Alex. I mean, in this day and age, I think you got to go left hook Alex, but that does not take away anything from the H-bomb. H-bomb is legendary. H-bomb is the stuff of legend. I love the idea of not having any talk and they go fight to fight. I love that. Yeah, true. I mean, I prefer to hear the interviews and stuff like that. I prefer to have the entire card personally because sometimes funny stuff happens. But for this right now, I mean, we're moving at a good clip. We've only been on for an hour and we've already watched 2 fights. That's pretty good. I'm curious if Chandler got a backdoor payday. I mean, he certainly does have the most Dana White privilege of anyone on the planet, so maybe. Hendo doesn't need to follow up, just flying elbow. Hell yeah. Shout out to Hendo always. He's a GOAT legend as well. DC, do you think I'm just going to sit here and let you kill me, John? That quote lives rent-free in my head. I mean, back in the day, it was still believable that he could have done something about it. Gina made $1.6 million. Ronda made $2.4 million. Wow, they beat the system. 17 seconds is crazy for that. And that is why I am not mad at either of them specifically. I am mad at the world. I am mad at planet Earth for letting it happen. You know? We all just made it so. If trans coming to UFC female division, they might rule the division like Amanda. Amanda is not trans, and the UFC will not have trans athletes, Kumar. All right, let's get the third fight of the evening started up here. This is Alice Ardellán versus Polyana Viana. We're going to get this fight started. Hopefully you are all queued up. We are at 0-0-0. I will turn the timer off. I will restart it here in just a moment. My wife thinks MVP saved Gina's life after her story building up. Oh, with the cancellation and all that stuff? I mean, again, the payday is probably there. She's going to be able to do acting and shit again. Like, those cancellations never last. She'll be fine. And she's definitely fine now after 1.4 mil. Or 1.6 or whatever. All right, let's get it going here. Alice Ardellán versus Polyana Viana. Starting in 3, 2, 1... Let's jam. There's your timer. Oh, her story about losing weight and all that. I mean, sure. You know, her losing weight is a good thing. I think that she was certainly exaggerating losing 100 pounds. I saw the pictures of her heavy. There is no way in hell she was 240 pounds. We talked about this. But either way, it doesn't matter what the actual number is. If she lost a lot of weight, that's great. Good for her. Yeah, third fight of the day. Exactly. True. Good point. We got the battle of the e-girls here. OnlyFans versus OnlyFans. Do you think Khamzat at 205 can beat Paulo? Yeah, probably. I mean, Strickland beat his face like amoeba. Paulo have power in his legs and hands. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be somewhat competitive in the striking department, but Khamzat fully hydrated, no bad weight cut at the higher weight. I think he could do it. But if it I like the fight though. If they want to do that fight, I would not be mad at it. Your wife said she was in a very bad place to go through all of that. Yeah, I mean, sure, you know, fair. Eric McMahon is here. Yeah, they really did have to dig deep for these referees. Yeah, look, if the fight helped Gina out, then great. You know, the money doesn't hurt, the weight loss doesn't hurt. I think she was in somewhat of a dark place after the cancellation stuff. So good for her getting herself back in order and getting $1.6 million to fight for 17 seconds. All right, Ardellán versus Polyana Viana is underway. Let's see if Alice Ardellán can make this thing a dirty fight like I thought she could. Let's see if she can keep it on the feet, because the only place that Polyana is going to have any success is on the ground. And so far, Polyana not immediately going for a takedown. They're trading low kicks. Appreciate all you guys being here today. Thank you for hanging out with me this morning. Paulo going to kick his head like his Dagestani uncle Mirzakhanov from Abu Dhabi to Chechnya. Could be. What? Eye poke? Was it an eye poke or was it a false lash? Because she's wearing false eyelashes right now. Oh, they're saying it was a punch. She's reacting to a punch. All right, it was a punch. Go. Fight, goddammit. Eric McMahon laying down the law. Said it was a punch. Fight's on. All right, Ardellán going back to the striking. Yeah, that was a weird stop for sure. Polyana reacting to a punch as if it was an eye poke. When Strickland beat Paulo, he wasn't trying at all. Yeah, I mean, Paulo was running that entire fight. That was a weird fight. Paulo was a drinker and not training. He's different now as well, as we see. I guess. I mean, moving up the weight is probably good for Paulo. I don't know if he's still drinking or if that affected it, whatever. But, you know, I think Paulo is starting to realize that him just being a meme lord on Twitter is not enough. So good for him on that, at least. All right. Polyana seems like she's content striking in this fight, which is surprising to me. Nice elbow for Polyana. I agree. Paulo seems to have upped his training regimen and going hard. Oh, knockdown for Ardellán. Oh, uh-oh. Ooh. Polyana. Oh, nice knee for Polyana. Back on her feet. I was saying she was drawing her into the clinch. These ladies are scrapping over here. Polyana's working out at Fusion XL? What? Oh, Alice, maybe. Which one did they say is at Fusion XL? That is in Central Florida. I am very familiar with Fusion. Who is more dirty fighter, Cyril or Imavov? Cyril Gane is the more dirty fighter out of the two of them, but I do acknowledge that Nasruddin Imavov is also a dirtball. How do you rank Benson Henderson? Bro has had a bunch of losses lately in karate and wrestling and MMA. His record is spotty too. Overrated? I mean, I think he's properly rated because he's not rated very highly. Yeah, Benson Henderson was good, not great. Yeah, that's how I'd rate Benson Henderson. Good, not great. It was a close round, all things considered. I think Alice is taking it because of the knockdown, but... Oh, Alice catches a kick and then does nothing with it. Punches the thigh. Bendo is entertaining. Yeah, entertaining enough. Like I said, good, not great. How the hell did we start at the same time and you're ahead again? I have no idea, brother. Big Ben, you just live in the future. I'm at 1 minute and 1 minute even now, round one. Less than a minute remains. That's Mike Perry's stomping grounds. Yes, you know it. Yes, you know it. Florida legend Mike Perry. Still waiting to run into him IRL. I'm surprised that Van make COVID ramen to bleed like he is on period in UFC 328. COVID ramen? What the hell does that mean? COVID ramen. Talking about Tatsuro Taira? Kumar, I don't know how much of what you say is like weird translations and how much of what you say is like weird trolly meme stuff, but I love it. Either way, it makes me laugh. But you shouldn't be surprised that Van did what he did. Josh Van's the real deal. All right, Alice Ardelian takes round number 1, but closer than I expected, honestly. Polyana's not doing terrible in this fight. Just let me know, Yama. I got you. I told you any Florida fighter, I will make it happen. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, having Mike Perry on a free-for-all would be one of the greatest things that could ever happen. Hey, Johnny the God is here. What up, Johnny? Good to see you this morning. You were impressed with Van. You actually doubted him? I think a lot of people doubted him. I think a lot of people did. I think that Chase, or actually, I think it might have been, on the 10-7 show. Shout out to the 10-7 MMA, of course. But I think it was actually DS on the 10-7 show that said that a lot of people were doubting Van because of the way that he won the belt. You know, recency bias. Just discounting everything he had done in his career up until that point, saying, oh, he's a fluke champion. Yeah, well, that came after a whole bunch of wins, if you recall. Last night was fun. I'm glad you had a good time, Johnny. Me too, man. I had a good time even if it was rather circusy, you know? Turned into a bit of a circus show, but I still had a good time. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, all right. Alice Ardelian getting a takedown. That's unexpected. If that Drain Gourmet Chen shows up against Fluffy Hernandez, if Gourmet not touch his body, he may outpace him. Okay. Fair assessment, Kumar. Kumar is like, he comes in with these like galaxy-brained assessments. And they're filtered through, you know, a language barrier that I think is, it adds an extra layer of entertainment value for me. You doubted him as an MMA fighter, but saw a lot more than a boxer. I think it's fair. I think he really showed a lot of people that takedown defense is definitely there for him, which is something I was very happy about. If you watched Van before that, he was beating the hell out of people before the belt went. Exactly, Big Ben. That's the exact point I was making. People just throwing away an entire career of great wins. Poor Nate Diaz got his ass beat by Perry, and can you imagine what Poirier would do to him? Oh, bro. Nate Diaz would get beat by like 90% of active fighters now. Jim Miller would beat Nate Diaz. Think about that. Due to the cringe trash talk, people underestimate Hokit, but that guy is good. I agree. I had never underestimated Hokit. I actually had said that early on. Before the Curtis, I picked Hokit to win the Curtis Blade fight. Oh, nice elbows from the bottom for Vienna. Oh, Polyana Vienna with this body lock and some striking from the bottom over here. This is an interesting round. Remember that line he said to Ilya about Miami? Yeah, it's like, again, those are the things that don't matter to me at all. Yeah, Ilya had a divorce with his wife. He should not have married her. Hilarious. That's what a great thing to bring up at a press conference for the White House card. You really did it, Josh. Nate Diaz looked like trash for the last 3 years, to be honest. Yo, Big Ben, huge facts. And here, a Diaz Army guy. Yep. Yeah, boxing and MMA. No, exactly, bro. I was saying that coming into that fight. That fight with Jorge Masvidal was a fucking chore to watch. And I did it. I sat through that entire shit show. You'll see something rare in the Viana fight? All right. Well, we're currently watching it, so just over a minute left in round number 2. Minute 15 just passed. Ardell Yan. Just sitting here with Polyana having a body triangle from the bottom. Odd choice, but making it work for herself. Nate should just do triathlons and chill on his couch doing bong loads. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, do that and stop talking. For God's sake, never open your mouth again to speak, Nate. Hokit got his ass whipped in front of me by Bo Nickel in wrestling. Teched him twice, same tourney. Oh. What? What happened? What? What? Beanbag? Question mark? What the fuck? Did she just pop her knee off of the body triangle? What? What? Excuse me? What the fuck was that? Oh, John Gooden saying he needs to see it again. I need to see it again as well. What the fuck? Folks, what the fuck was that? No one knows what just happened here. Hold on. Hold the phone, people. So she has this body triangle in here. What? She just calf slicered herself? What was that? Hold on. So she's got the body triangle. She pushes back. Oh, and she popped her knee on that side. A knee crusher? Okay.
Unacceptable beanbag.
Unacceptable beanbag for sure, but a beanbag nonetheless, I guess. Hey, Sanjay with the $4.99 super chat. My guy. Do not forget to have brekkie. Yes, I'm that asshole. Acceptable. $4.99 makes it acceptable. Thank you very much for your generosity, Sanjay. Chi-wee-wee to you, brother. Appreciate you. Do you ever go beyond that Red Bull flavor? I bet you have a bunch of different ones there. Yeah, oh yeah, we have plenty of them, but no, I prefer the original. Nate should have retired when he beat Tony, but no, he got too cocky. True. She pulled off a move that she saw on Instagram. So, okay. Yeah, she calf slicered herself. That is wild. She self-calf slicered. And yeah, and Alice making the greatest point of all time right now, saying, why would you ever lock someone on top of you? Yes, that's what I literally said earlier. Odd move, but okay, you have a fucking bottom-up body triangle. What the fuck? Polyana Viana has negative fight IQ. What a confusing finish. Yeah, for real. All around confusing. Everything was confusing about that. Hokit have altercation with Paulo. I think Blades doesn't throw a single leg kick, so he keep up till the decision, but Paulo has the best kicks. He may chew his leg early. Kumar is #1 Paulo Costa fan, apparently. Drink Bucked Up. You will get a sponsor more than likely. Yo, Big Ben, if you can, you want to talk about something that could really help the channel. If you can get me in touch with Bucked Up, I would absolutely go for a sponsorship with them. I don't know where to get it here. I think the only place that I can get it locally is at GNC. But if you've got a connection with Bucked Up, that would actually be one that I would legitimately be like, all right, we can talk about that. because that would be a legitimate help for the channel. I still cannot get over the end of this fight. That was fucking wild. That was ridiculous. The self-calf slicer and Alice, I don't know, man. Alice might be growing on me a little bit. Because for her to say that, she said the exact right thing. Why the fuck would you do that, dummy? Why would you lock someone on top of you? Oh, Alice spitting facts over here. Alice Ardelian making it happen. Everybody go and give her $1 or $2 on OnlyFans. All right, I'm going to pause this after this one concludes here, and we will get started with the next one in just a few minutes. Catch up with you guys in the chat. You guys have been really showing out this morning. Thank you guys for being here, man. I really appreciate it. All right. Next is not Tommy Gant. Next is Brundage and Petrosky. We're going to get this thing paused here in just a second, and I will get back with you guys in the chat. Here we go. All right, we are paused up back at 000. Modified. Well, I mean, essentially a modified calf slicer. I'm from Singapore. Hey, shout out to Singapore, brother. I used to have a person that I worked with closely who was an expat living in Singapore. English is not my mother tongue. I'm not that versatile, but I also dislike some guys, so I don't want to talk good. I have just enough English to talk like Paulo Costa. True, Kumar. Well, shout out to you and shout out to Singapore, bro. I appreciate you being here, brother. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your thoughts on the sport. And it's cool that you train at one of Hendo's gyms. I did not know that Hendo had a gym in Singapore. I mean, we've seen someone KO themselves by slam. True. First time we've seen someone sub themselves. Yeah, good point, Bloomis. That might be the first self-sub that I have seen. You know all of the owners of Bucked Up? Big Ben. That could be a legitimate help for the channel. For real. I don't know if we're big enough yet that they would go for a sponsorship, but if they are interested, I would certainly be... That would be like one that I would legitimately talk to you about. Like, talking to fighters and stuff, like... Yeah, it'd be cool. Like I said, I'd love to have Mike Perry on the show or whatever, but like, I'm not really out here trying to be like friends with the fighters. I mean, like, you know, having a couple on a show specifically could be cool, but like, it's not the style of content I want to do. Like, I don't do interviews. It would really just be having them on a free-for-all to talk about the sport and current events and stuff. But a sponsorship, that's a different story. So we will definitely talk about that. Who taught her to do that? Bro, she learned it on Instagram. It's a move when in 50-50, but never seen it that way. True. It was Cody Brundage. I forgot. Our guy Cody. I know. I cannot wait to see this fight. Good Lord. Only Hendo gym I know of is in Temecula, California. Well, apparently there's one in Singapore. All I can do is ask. They can say 2 things. Yes or no. Hell yeah, bro. Absolutely. I can get my my analytics for them and stuff too if they're interested. I've been there and met them. Such a nice guy. Oh, met Hendo? Hell yeah. Shout out to Hendo. Chris Avila lost. Yeah. Unfortunate loss for the Panda. Shout out to Chris Avila, CJ Avila, friend of the channel. Because he wasn't landing big shots, and Jenkins showed a lot of brutal kicks, and it's a tough loss for the Diaz Academy. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to CJ though. He is the homie. I felt bad for his family out there. They were there early. They were the only people in the venue at the time. That empty ass arena. Trans without dick is like an angel without wings. I think Cyborg have more TRT than Prime Uberim pound for pound. This dude Kumar got jokes, bro. All right, we got Cody Brundage and Andre Petrosky. If you guys are ready, get yourself all queued up. We're going to start this thing and see how it goes. It is judging by the time of the video length. It is a shorter one, so we might be in for a beanbag potentially. We'll see. So get yourself all queued up, and we are going to start Cody Brundage versus Andre Petrosky in 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. There you go. New timer. Kumar just pulled a Hokit. Yeah, for real, dude. Kumar is learning from Hokit, which is like, that is the worst LLM. Josh Hokit is the worst large language model to ever be trained on. Uberim never did PEDs. It was horse meat. Facts, bro. All that horse meat. It's amazing that more people are not jacked to the gills off of the horse meat. What was attendance last night? They did not say. They did not say. And yes, yeah, they're very specifically omitted that information. All right, we got Blonde Petrosky over here. You were born in Singapore, but oh, you live in California. Oh, okay. So yeah, so maybe you're in Temecula, where the Hendo gym is. Maybe Sanjay can go hang out with you sometime. I don't know why they're that much homo guy in California. Why do you care, Kumar? What does it matter to you? Never understood people who care about other people's sexuality. What is it? Is it making you gay? Are you questioning your own sexuality? Is that Meatball Molly? Was that Molly McCann in the crowd? Who was she there supporting? Maybe it just looked like her. I just closed my eyes 10 more seconds so we can be at the same time. True. Well, round 1 has just begun. 4 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock just then. I said Avila lost because it was happening before the Brundage fight. Oh, got you. Well, I have not seen the Brundage fight, so I'm going to withhold my sentiments here. We're watching it right now. Anyone hyped for the new Spielberg movie called Disclosure Day? I've not heard of it. Trailers left me mad. Never count the man out. Yeah, no, I have not seen the trailer. I have not heard of the movie. Oh, wait, is it a war movie? I think I actually did see the trailer for it. And, yeah, I don't need another war movie, to be perfectly honest. Like, ooh, all right, that was a nice little shot and slip for Brundage. Brundage rocking what looks tantamount to a high top fade right now. Nice body kick for Petrosky. You have decent English, but that you learn Brazilian, that I have broken English like most Brazilians. True. Fair enough, Kumar. Of course, this is Brundage on quick turnaround yet again. Actually, some fun restaurants there, and they do a yearly classic car thing for the weekend in Temecula. Well, go out and say hi to Kumar. Oof, that was a decent shot for Brundage. Two of the most mid fighters on the planet fighting each other in this fight. I think if Herb, Reffing, and Oblique are banned, Kane might beat Jones. Kumar is a hot take machine. Oh, it's about aliens. It's not a war movie. Okay, then I definitely don't know what it is. Did both of these guys do a bare knuckle fight? I don't think so. I mean, both of them have been on the UFC roster for a very long time, so I don't think that they have fought outside the UFC for a while. Or maybe they were at an event. That sounds more correct. Ooh. Nice connections to the body for Brundage. I did watch both UFC and MVP last night. Love the pacing because I'm able to watch both promotions without interruption. Yeah, pacing was atrocious on the MVP card. Yeah, they went for the boxing pacing, which really sucked. Oh, yo, Brundage with the jump gilly. Brundage got silly. Petrosky keeping good amount of distance. Looks like he is okay. Oh. Brundage keeping this lock. Cody's head movement looked decent. Decent at best. Not worth driving up there. California has a new tax. Yeah, you told me about that. That is wild. Driving tax. California is crazy. All right, Brundage, let's go of the ghillie jump. In the Hendo gym, there's some Dagestani guy who hate you for your humor. One time you called wrestling mat breeding. They stared at you like you owe them something. Yeah, maybe not talk shit to other guys in the gym, dude. Certainly not going to make yourself any friends. All right, Petrosky ends up on top somehow. Yeah, Adam, that's what Sanjay was saying, is that, yeah, there's apparently a new tax per mile you're paying. Ridiculous. California is a crazy place. Hard round to call, honestly. Both these guys, as usual, not great. Stay in Cali. It's beautiful. Florida sucks. I mean, California's beautiful, but I'll take Florida's tax structure over California. I wouldn't say, I don't appreciate that shit talking about Florida. Florida might be a shithole, but it's our shithole. Only Floridians are allowed to criticize Florida, so I'll let it slide there, Big Ben. You take Florida any day? So would many, many other people. That's why there's so many goddamn people here. All I say to anybody is please stop moving here. Good Lord. We don't need any more people. It is overcrowded as fuck here. What a stupid tax law. I don't regret moving out of Cali. Yeah. A lot of people in the same boat. Not the least of which, Joe Rogan. You would go bankrupt? Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. All right, round 2 is underway. Round 1 pretty close. Say Brundage might have edged that round. Ooh, nice connection for Brundage. Oh! Cody Brundage dropping Petrosky. Can he finish? Mystic Chase Parton saying that Brundage by finish was the move. Oh, Petrosky trying to survive. Big connection for Brundage. Brundage trying to finish. Can he do it? Oh, hammer fists. Brundage, a man on a mission, looking to finish. Tyone about to step in. Brundage still with the strikes. Cody going for it. Boom, bam, and there it is. Cody Brundage by knockout. Chase Parton was correct.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag. Ooh, that's a beanbag.
That is a Cody Brundage beanbag. Chase Parton with the accurate prediction. Cody Brundage getting the job done early in round 2. Good Lord. Beanbag City. I need to see that drop again. Petrosky went down like a sack of potatoes. Look at this. Bam! Left hand Larry. Left hook Larry over here. Left hand making it happen. Jawad. Wolf Kabiri knows what's going on. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. But yes, that was very nice. Cody Brundage. And then a man on a mission with all of those ground strikes. Tyone giving Petrosky every chance to get himself back into that fight, but he could not. That boy got a beanbag for real, Boy, let's go. What are you watching right now? Yeah, we just finished up the Cody Brundage and Andre Petrosky fight. I'm sure that you gathered that by now. But yeah, we are rewatching all of the fights from UFC Vegas 117. this morning. Yeah, good for Cody indeed. He certainly needed it. And that's exactly what, really what I will say is that what I said on the podcast. Go out there and actually get the finish to stop the stigma of all of your previous recent fights. Cody has been terrible lately. Actually getting the job done in this fight. I appreciate it. Yeah, he wanted that one. I'm glad. I'm glad he actually did. Your stream was ahead, so you were waiting for the reaction and you were not disappointed. I'm glad, Bloomus. I'm just glad to see a beanbag. We've had some really good fights on this card. Only one decision so far, and it was a banger fight. This has been a great card. I don't like the Dagestani guys come in packs of husky, not wolf. Like, if you have something go one-on-one. Oh, you don't like that they gang up. Got you. Even at high level, remember Gourmet Chenchin altercation with Paulo, and he outnumbered him 15-2. Still scary. I can agree with that. Cody seemed to find a way to keep himself relevant. He certainly needed it. I mean, I was saying for a while that I thought Cody Brundage might have been on the chopping block. You feel bad for you because it's the Caitlin Vieira fight next? Don't feel bad. I'm sure it's going to be an epic fight of tremendous proportions. This Cody might have beat your brother. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dante. Oh, he asked for a bonus. Of course, he's not going to get it. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe. I'm just surprised because, the whole thing in that fight with Dante is that he just sort of shut down halfway through the fight. He didn't shut down here. I don't think that Sean O'Malley, Costa have any chance in main event. You don't think that either of those guys are going to get booked for a main event again, you're saying? I think they do. I think you'll probably see both of them in a main event at some point again. All right. Ketlin Vieira versus Jacqueline Cavalcante is coming up next. Get this thing paused. Just noticed a lot of WMMA in this card. Yeah, I mean, they specifically, I think that they stacked this card up with fights that they didn't want to put on other cards because of the MVP card. And so far, it's turning out to be a banger card. These often are the cases, right? Cards that are terrible on paper often deliver in tremendous ways. This is certainly one of those cards so far. Know that Sean O'Malley hair Costa in main event. Oh, got you. Okay. Melka Zael Costa you're talking about. Yeah, well, we'll see. We will see when we get there. Check hook is a great starter for extended combos. True. All right. Well, we have Jacqueline Cavalcante versus Ketlin Vieira coming up here. We're going to watch this one. We're going to get it started. Get yourself all queued up, everybody. Make sure you are ready to go. All right, we good? Everybody feeling good about this thing? We all ready to go? All right, let's get it started here. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. There's the restart of the timer. Jesus, could they have picked a better picture of Ketlin Vieira? Good Lord. Looking bedraggled in that picture. To be honest, neither of them look great in their tail of the tape pictures. Dricus is the uncrowned champ of middleweight? He lost his belt. He's no longer the champ. Strickland is going to lose trilogy like that Hawaii guy against Volkanovski. That Hawaii guy? You talking about Max Holloway, one of the greatest fighters in the history of the organization? But yeah, no, Dricus is not the uncrowned champ. He lost his crown to Khamzat Chimaev. But could Strickland beat him in the trilogy? I don't think so personally, but he might. I can't believe Namo Faisal managed to rage bait Arman Sarukian successfully because Arman and his boys wanted to jump him. You can't believe he rage baited Arman Sarukian successfully? A fucking stiff breeze rage baits Arman Sarukian. Yeah, I certainly can believe it. Because Arman Sarukian is a fucking asshole. Takes not a lot to rage bait Arman. He's a hot-headed, spoiled brat. Like, Arman Sarukian has about every quality in a human being that I don't like. All right. Fight's underway. Vieira and Cavalcante. Bro, I said he's uncrowned because he is lost but has potential to beat everybody, but Hamzat is his kryptonite. Oh, okay, fair enough. You think he's uncrowned because he's about to regain the crown. Fair, I guess, maybe. We'll see if they book the trilogy. It would be kind of crazy for them to book a trilogy when Sean lost to him twice, but I guess if Sean is the champion, then maybe it'll make sense if Dricus gets another win under his belt. Arman gets rage baited at a non-contact wrestling match. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And fucking tosses poor Uriah Faber off of the platform. No, I really don't think enough people are talking about how insanely dangerous that was and how Uriah Faber could have been seriously injured because of that. Fucking dickhead Arman. Arman is so easy to rage bait. Arman is so easy to rage bait, and it's not even rage baiting. He's just an asshole who wants to do asshole things. So assholes are going to asshole. All right, we are coming up on 1 minute and 30 seconds of this fight having concluded, and nothing has happened yet. This is Cavalcante's game plan to a T. Stay outside of striking range and try to kick a bunch. There's a decent connection for Vieira. Like, Vieira just needs to go in there and fucking muscle her to the ground. Oh, that was a nice pair of connections. Ooh. Vieira with some nice boxing right now. Sean said he believes in the rankings, so Imavov is next. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Imavov is the rightful contender right now. Cavalcante has to have one of the most annoying records of all time to me, because this is exactly how she always fights, and yet she is, what, like 10-1 or something? I don't know what she is now. We'll find out after this fight. But I said on the podcast that this is the exact type of fight that should be where she gets checked. And so far, Vieira's landing some decent strikes. I don't know why Brandon Allen is still in the rankings. He is the type of guy to lose whole career and win it in a fight where Dana is going to cut him. I mean, I think Brandon Allen is a better fighter than that. He certainly is tough. He'll go in there and make a fight dirty. You know, get his hands on you, smother you. But he is good, not great. You know, he's like better than good. He's great, not elite, I guess I would say. Arman is a complete asshole for that by doing that to an older Faber. Like, I'm hoping for Ilya to leave him unconscious. Same. Good Lord. I would love nothing more to see Arman Sarukian knocked out in a legitimate competition. You think Manel Kopp is going to KO Van? How much does Van have to do to prove that, like, he is the man? I love this. Even after that performance against Tatsuro Taira, one of the best flyweights on the planet, Van's still being doubted. Well, Josh Van is going to knock out Manel Kopp. Arman got kicked off of a plane for deciding to sit where he felt like and was an asshole to the crew. Yeah, exactly. Again, yet another Arman Sarukian asshole situation. Then used a private jet, says everything about him. Exactly. Yeah, that actually is a very good point, Sanjay. Asshole to the common person, then uses his and daddy's money for a private jet because he can, and it enables his asshole behavior even more. Yeah, Johnny, you were not kidding about this fight, by the way. Oof, nice counters for Vieira. Oh, you work for RAF as well. That's what's up. Yeah, we've done an RAF watch along on the channel. You know, I'm not a big freestyle wrestling guy, but it was entertaining enough. Imagine JDS won the fight against the Cuban Missile Crisis and wanted Francis rematch. Yeah, well, that was not to be. You're Nick Hogan's personal guy. Well, okay. Good deal. Just don't tell him I said that, too old and tired to get my ass kicked. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Armin is definitely the type of guy to go out and, like, beat someone's ass for talking shit, for sure. Which is why I would steer very clear of him. Yeah, I got nothing good to say about that guy. I want to be nowhere near him at any given time. I hope that he goes back to Armenia and stays there. I appreciate that Van got the chance to show his abilities in a 5-round fight. This kid could become Mount Rushmore stuff. Time will tell. Potentially. I mean, he's closing in on the record for strikes at flyweight. Read my other comment about Armin. I don't know if it showed up. Put it into the chat again, Big Ben. All right, round 2 is underway. Ketlin Vieira goes in for a clinch. You're on the Van bus now? It's the Van, brother. Come on. Man. This fight is pumping the brakes dramatically on an otherwise great card. Would it be a short bus as this Van? Ha! Nice. Arman is an asshole. Even Bear is so annoying, always glazing him. Yeah, from everything you've told me about the Jackson podcast, it sounds like a podcast I would never listen to. I've only listened to it one time, and it was the time that they berated Bryce Mitchell after the comments he made on his podcast. I have to go, but remember my last performance is for Grammy and Ilya Optoro. You shouldn't find your wife in Miami. Am I right, Miami? All right, Kumar. Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate all of your very spicy takes on the sport. You should talk to Rwand. I think you and Rwand could be friendly. All right, Vieira has Cavalcante on her back now. Seems like Vieira is walking her way to a solid victory here. This is the exact checking I was hoping that Cavalcante would have in this fight. I've always thought that Cavalcante was ripe for a fraud checking. As I said on the podcast, I thought Cavalcante was gifted a few of her wins. She will if nothing happens in this fight. I mean, so far nothing has happened in this fight except Ketlin Vieira laying on top of her and landing a couple of decent counter strikes in round 1. Why are your chats not showing up now? I don't know. Yeah, YouTube does weird stuff sometimes. If you said anything spicy, maybe reword it. Sometimes YouTube auto flags comments outside of my control. Yeah, you might want to change some of the wording if there was anything that was questionable in it. She can't get out of this, bro. I'm telling you, dude. She's accepting. Another person who's locking up on the bottom, by the way. The feint game is high level. MVP would be proud. They auto flag curse words. I mean, it's like selective though, because I see people curse in the chat all the time. So yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why YouTube does what it does with the comments sometimes. Also, I've noticed sometimes if the chat is very active, some comments get like shuffled. They get like lost in the shuffle. Ah, there we go. All right, I will read that after these last 30 seconds to see if something crazy is about to happen in these last 30 seconds. Come on. Let's see. Some craziness over here. Give me something wild. 20 seconds. End of round 2. Hey, cover in the mouth. I like that. Yeah, Cavalcante, you want to talk about accepting position. Good Lord. Laying on her back. Doing nothing. All right, I got absolutely nothing in those last 30 seconds. If Armin did that at RAF, I was working, I would go viral for slamming his crew like I did Blueface at BKFC 19 and Taylor Holder at KM4. Knucklemania 4. Oh, shit. Damn. You slammed Blueface? Shit, dude. That's pretty crazy. I didn't even know that Blueface was at a bare knuckle event. I mean, is Blueface even famous anymore? Is he relevant at all? I say stupid fucking shit all the time. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why YouTube does what it does. Vieira is a big woman. She's good. Vieira is like an underrated fighter, I would say. Like she's like great, not elite, but she's still in that better than good category. All I get is death threats and no-shows. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Love to see it. Laying down the law, Big Ben. After this fight is the Tommy Gant and Artur Minet. Yes, I am looking forward to that fight. I saw something in Tommy Gant when I saw him on the Contender Series. I was like, that guy might have something, so I'm hoping for some good things in that fight. Blueface fought on our AMI card. Or your AMI card. Blueface fought on your amateur card with gloves against other influencers. Got you. Okay. And you had to slam him? You'll send videos on Instagram? I like it. All right. Sounds good. I'll be looking out for that. I'll be looking out for information about that sponsorship we talked about. And I'll definitely be looking out for information when you hear back from my future girlfriend. Just how bad is Kayla Harrison for struggling to beat Cavalcante? Did she? Kayla didn't fight Cavalcante, did she? You're talking about Ketlin Vieira. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ketlin Vieira is better than people give her credit for. She was I said that on the podcast. I said Ketlin Vieira is the woman who showed us that Kayla Harrison is human. Ooh, that's some nice strikes for Cavalcante. 2 Bloods jumped in the ring and he was swinging and hit Dave Feldman and I lost my shit. Oh, wow. Oh, he was swinging and hit Dave Feldman and hit Dave Feldman. Damn. Crazy. That's wild. Good for you. Good for you doing your job, brother. Big Ben out here laying down the law with these asshole influencers. Get the fuck out of here. Normally, I bet on WMMA fights to not go the distance, but last night I didn't bet on them, and of course, most of them end in finishes. I mean, so far this fight doesn't look like it's trending towards one, but maybe we're in for a surprise here. Betting on female fights to not go the distance is like the riskiest bet of all time. I have no idea why you and E-Money J do that, but that was a nice counter for Vieira. She's got nice counter striking, Ketlin Vieira. Curious, Big Ben. I could not see your comment and had to look at Yama's chat window. My settings must be strict, but you said nothing that would flag for me. Yeah, again, man, I think it's just YouTube. I think sometimes comments just get lost in the shuffle. They don't register in the system or something. That would be my guess anyway. Oof. You just bet a tiny amount on them not going the distance? Yeah, if you're going to bet at all, definitely. Those are penny stocks right there. All right, Ketlin Vieira landing a couple of decent strikes, but Cavalcante putting some pressure on now. Amazing how loud the corners are, considering the excitement level of this fight has been very low. Hey, little range striking up top for Cavalcante. All right, Vieira circles out. Oh, Vieira emoting now. All right, Vieira gets stuffed on the level change. 38 seconds left. Cavalcante needs a finish. And Cavalcante's winning this round for sure, but she's down 2 rounds. Of course, if it goes to the judges, we might be in for our first robbery of the evening. Or morning now. All right, good, strong finish for Cavalcante, but yeah, I mean, I would say that Ketlin Vieira won that fight 2-1 easily. See what these judges have to say. See if they screw everything up as they usually do. I keep on seeing these Pokemon scalping losers. I keep seeing these Pokemon scalping losers always getting into fights over something stupid. Cards, shout out to Moist Critical. True, yeah, I also see those videos a lot. They are definitely dumb. People get killed over them now. All right, 29-28. All right, thank God. The judges got it correct. Ketlin Vieira wins. Okay, good deal. Ketlin Vieira wins the fight 29-28, as it should be. Have you seen Breaking Bad? Brother, right there on that shelf is the Breaking Bad box set. Yeah, I've seen all of Breaking Bad. Yep, that's my big Breaking Bad box set right there, the big oil drum. It's got a Yama hat on top of it right now. And by the way, Kayla is one of my favorite of all time and a good friend. She looked almost human in her second fight against Larissa. Yeah, I mean, it was a close fight, the Larissa Pacheco fight. We needed to see it in the UFC, and that's what Ketlin Vieira did. But yeah, no, Kayla's great. She seems like a very, very sweet lady as well. I got respect for Kayla. I like her a lot. I have experienced those scalpers, and I do not collect. How have you experienced those scalpers? Yeah, it's a wild world out there with the Pokemon shit. Getting killed over fucking cardboard. Crazy. Kayla beat Vieira by decision, but Kayla also had a shit ton going on outside of the ring people don't know about. Okay, I did not realize that. They have no regard for other people? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No regard for other people or the hobby that they are ruining. You know? They are ruining a hobby that people take, you know, that they're actual like people that really like love and enjoy, and they're out here trying to actively ruin it. Kayla's smoking hot when she's not fighting. You an arrogant savage. All right. That concludes that fight. So Tommy Gant and Arturo Menev is coming up next. I will pause. We will get ready to start. Mario merch people are even crazier? Nah, dude, no fucking way. No way they're crazier than Pokemon, dude. At least I have not heard about anyone dying over Mario merch. Her sister overdosed? Oh, Jesus. Oh, yes. Yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah, her sister overdosed and she took her kids as her own and became a parent when she didn't have kids. That's a tough time for anyone if you ask me. No, I agree. Yes. I heard about her taking in children, but I did not realize that that was the circumstances. Damn. Yeah, Kayla's a good woman, and that's a very unfortunate case there. I feel terrible for her loss. Yeah, always tough being related to someone who is actively hurting themselves. This is certainly a reason that I put down the drink. I would not mind Kayla. Whoa, hello, Sanjay. All right. So let's get ready for Tommy Gant and Artur Menev here. Everybody getting yourself all synced up, getting yourself ready here. Imagine fighting the week of that shit. Yeah, that's crazy. That is definitely crazy. That's like our dude, Chris Duncan, fighting after his mother got murdered. Crazy story there. Shout out to Chris Duncan, even if the last fight didn't go his way, because fucking Renato Moicano had all the inside information off the CCTV footage. Wild. All right. Tommy Gant, Artur Menev, coming up next, everybody. Make sure that you are queued up 0000. And we are going to get this fight started here right now. So queue yourself up, get yourself all ready. And 3, 2, 1, here we go. There's your timer. Yeah, Tommy Gant is a 33-year-old prospect going up against Artur Menev of Ukraine, it looks like. Yeah, I liked excuse me, Jesus, pardon me. I like Tommy Gant on the Contender Series. When I remembered who that was, you know, we were talking about it on the podcast. I didn't remember the name, and then I remembered who it was, and I was like, oh yeah, that guy. That's always a good sign for me. If they make me remember them on the Contender Series, that's a good sign. All right, Artur Menev is out of Odessa, Ukraine. Shout out to the Ukraine. Training partner of Yaroslav Amasov, if I'm not mistaken. MVP event was sick, except the main event, but it rarely sold out. No, it definitely did not sell out by any stretch. I remember UFC 311 tickets sold out immediately when they done the LA Dome, and it deserved it. And it's a reason why UFC is still superior. It's one of many reasons why UFC is still superior to that card, brother. That card was okay at best. 11-0 versus 7-0. Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. Somebody's O's got to go. Kayla seems to be a wholesome person that can also kick some ass. I agree. All right, fight is underway. Gant versus Menev. All right. Gant has the body locked up and clinch on the cage. Nice shoulder strike for Gant. Oh, Gant is a DC product over here. You didn't count down? I did count down. What are you talking about? I did count down. You must have missed it, bro. I counted it down. All right. Just past the 4-minute mark, Tommy Gant has gotten his first takedown. Menev back to his feet. Chandler as well. I never liked him as a fighter, but he seems to be a really wholesome person. Yeah. I mean, I think the way he fights kind of puts a little bit of a damper on it, but I do agree. He's out there trying to be Mr. Inspiration. Yep, you're all good, Big Ben. Michael Chandler is very much one of these guys.
Conceive, believe, achieve. Shut the fuck up.
He's definitely a conceive, believe, achieve guy. All right, they do-si-do over here in the clinch. Gant is a beast, and isn't he like 32? He's 33. Looked like Menev might have gotten kneed in the dick, and he just tanks it. These guys are slow dancing out there, just hugging on each other. Somebody want to actually capitalize on any of this? Gant trying for the takedown. Oh, there it is. All right, gets him down to his knees, but Menev, hard to take down. There's another attempt at it. Menev still on his knees, back to his feet again. John Gooden said he's like a jack in the box. I tend to agree. Oh, all right, that was a big single leg pickup, but Menev just using his weight effectively, not letting himself get taken down. This is exactly why I love BKFC, because of this. True. Understood, brother. Say no more. I mean, Menev is not allowing Gant to do the things he wants to do, so I give him credit for that. But I would say that Gant is winning this fight right now just off of the control, which is not how you want to win a fight, but whatever. You need action and blood, true. Yeah, you're not getting it yet, but fight is young. Ooh, nice body shots for Menev. He lets the hands go a little bit there. Nice knee. Oh, there's a knee to the dick. Second time. Menev ate the first one, but this time he reacts. Gant's got to be careful with those knees in the clinch. BKFC is a great product. I agree, brother. I love BKFC. As we get closer to October, trust I'm going to be thinking about it, man. If I can get out there to Tampa, I very well might do it. I'd like to. I'd love to see BKFC live. That'd be great. All right. I mean, we're back in, of course, and this round is ticking away with Gant controlling from the outside. And that'll do it for round one. Not a lot of action in that round, admittedly. But Gant takes it. By the way, Blood for Blood was epic. Yeah, dude, I really wanted to see that. I'm very upset that I didn't get to watch that. The lead singer fought in the main event, and the concerts in between were great. Hell yeah. Yeah, actually, Big Ben, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but if you join the Discord, you can definitely talk to Bleeding Edge about that. Bleeding Edge is a big metal fan. We got a bunch of metal fans in the Blood Palm. And he was saying that, he watched the event and he quite enjoyed it. So, yeah, I was very upset I was not able to watch that. I had a business engagement I had to attend. I guess Power Slap July 10th is going to be worth it before McGregor's return to the Octagon July 11th. Oh my God, dude, Johnny. We're going to have to watch Power Slap one night and then McGregor the next night. Oh my God. All right, round two is about to start. I'm putting that thought out of my mind. What is a Discord? Am I dumb? Oh yeah, Discord is like it's like a big chat room basically. It's like a community thing that we have here. Here you go. You can learn about it on Discord. Link should be popping up for you any second. Give it a click and yeah, you basically, it's just like a big like chat room with other features. It's like a big ongoing chat room / bulletin board. Just know if you join the Discord, you're going to get a lot of notifications because there is always someone saying something in there. All right. Gant is controlling in the clinch again. These guys have been clinched for this entire fight so far. I mean, technically, Manev might have won round one just off the body shots that he landed. Oof. There was a nice strike on the entry for Gant. All right, Gant taking the back. He's kind of working his way around, wearing down Manev. Power Slap is fun. I was surprised they even have a Hindi cast, so Indians must love it. Oh, there's the takedown finally for Gant. Well, we'll find out about Power Slap when we watch a full event. I don't think it's going to change my opinion of it being very dumb and something that I think is a stupid thing for anybody to compete in, but again, to each his own. And we will watch it. Oh, there's a nice pickup and drop off. Nice mat return for Tommy Gant. But Manev back to a knee. How is Power Slap legal in some states and bare knuckle isn't when you have no defense in Power Slap and bare knuckle is the safest combat sport by far right now? The safest combat sport? How is bare knuckle the safest combat sport? Explain your reasoning. Oh, Tommy Gant landing some good strikes here. Oh, Manev covering up. Oh. Uh-oh. Yo. Tommy Gant looking for the finish. He gets it. Tommy Gant with the beanbag. I mean, it looked like Manev just shut down. Okay, beanbag it is, I guess.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag.
I mean, I would kind of class that as somewhat of an unsatisfying beanbag, but still a beanbag. It looked like Manev just kind of shut down. I need to see the replay on that. Your injury stats say it all and we prove it? I mean, okay. I mean, I guess like injury-wise, it's not it's not super dangerous, but as far as like long-term CTE, I think it'd probably be a little bit more dangerous, but what do I know? I mean, admittedly, that was somewhat of a boring fight until the knockout, until the finish. But yeah, Tommy Gant getting the job done. So when you get hit with gloves of any kind, you get hit twice with every punch, which is the leading cause to CTE and other problems. BKFC, you get hit once with the blow at a time and no brain damage or rattling of the brain. I mean, I understand what you're saying about the double punch with the gloves, but to say that there's no rattling of the brain or no potential CTE from bare knuckle boxing, I don't know if I buy that. But I will believe you if you've done the research, Dr. Ben. All right, Tommy Gant gets the job done. I would like to see the replay one more time. We have cuts and broken hands are leading injuries. Well, true. Yeah, that tracks. 8-fight win streak, 7-fight finish streak for Tommy Gant. I like it. Man with many beanbags. All right, let's see it here. All right, so he gets the takedown. Where's the takedown that actually led to the finish? All right, here we go. Yeah, he takes his back, and then he just starts landing power shots to the side of the head, and Menev just sort of stopped fighting. Yeah, Menev just kind of threw in the towel. All right, well, congratulations to Tommy Gant. Menev just kind of folding. As far as I have tracked, slap fighting originated in India as a way to civilly settle disputes. Okay. Oh, there you go. That's why they like it, I guess. Hey, Rwanda's here. What up, Rwand? The GOAT can't skip a UFC event. Uncle Thinker does whatever the fuck he wants. My man.
W.
Appreciate you, Rwand. Hope you are well, brother. There's a guy that you need to get in touch with named Kumar, who was in the chat earlier. I think the two of you in the same chat would be very entertaining. He says a lot of goofy stuff that I think you'd find pretty funny. Oh, my God. All right, looking at the time of this next fight. I don't know if I'm going to like this one. You know what? This is our featured prelim, and then we've got main card after this. So I guess I'll take a break now because we do have a long fight here. I don't want to have to hold it for an entire another fight. So get the next fight queued up. Tuco Tokos versus Ivan Urslan. Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, he's a dude from Singapore who lives in California and talks a bunch of shit. All right, get Tuco Tokos versus Ivan Urslan all queued up. Get yourself to 0-0-0. I'm going to turn the timer off. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back, and we are going to watch this fight and the rest of the card on the other side of the break. So do not go away. Stick around. Thank you for being here. I will see you in a brief moment. All right. We are back. Thank you guys for sticking around. You know your boy had to hook up the goated goldfish. You know me. You know me with my goldfish. I love them. Let's fucking go. We got to link up, add him to the Discord server. Yeah, I posted the Discord earlier, so I don't know if he ended up joining, but I will, if he comes back around, I'll see if I can get you guys linked up. I think it would be entertaining. This is a decision for sure. Yeah, it certainly is looking that way. That's why I was like, I'm taking a break before this one. We're in for a long one. Very interesting character, that guy, but I like him as well. Yeah, but I am as well. Yeah, a very interesting character, that guy, but I am as well. True. Absolutely. Yeah, no, Kimura's all right. He's all right. He says a bunch of goofy stuff. He's got some funny opinions. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you, Rwan. Thank you all for hanging out. Make sure you do like the stream. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed, of course. Become a member of the Blood Palm today. All right. After I finish chewing my goldfish, we're going to get this fight started. All right. Goldfish is chewed. I assume everyone is all queued up here for the next fight. So, Tuco Tokos versus Ivan Urslan. We are starting this thing. I'm counting it down specifically for you, Big Ben. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. There's your timer. All right. Oh, Tuco Tokos let his hair grow out a little bit. Wasn't he bald before? To be 100% transparent, this is one of the worst fights on paper I could possibly imagine. Ivan Urslan has been very underwhelming in the UFC, and Tuco Tokos is potentially one of the worst fighters on the roster. I did pick Tuco Tokos to win this fight. I didn't realize he was fighting out of Deerfield. He's a Killcliff guy, I guess. Tuco Tokos. Toucan Sam. All right. Chad Eric McMahon. Looking like Mr. Incredible. All right, fight's underway. Urslan versus Tokos. I cannot believe I'm having to watch this fight. Eric McMahon looks like Timu Mark Goddard. I can see it. I can see it. That was a nice connection for Urslan. Lie to me. Lie me to. I hate that fucker. Talk about Tuco Tokos being English? Is that what that is? You were so sad that Namo won last night? Why do you hate Namo, bro? Rewind. Oh, you were talking about Namo too. Got you. Rewind. Come on, dude. Namo was the one guy repping for Kurdistan and you hate him. Oof. Yeah, Ivan Urslan putting some big shots on early. Oof. Nice jab. Oof. Tuco Tokos. Oh, ooh. Damn. Tuco Tokos panic shooting. He had Urslan sprawled on his forehead. How could Urslan be fumbling this bag, bro? Urslan nearly put Tokos out. And Tokos is now on the outside of a clinch. Brother, you nearly finished this fight. Yeah, exactly, Big Ben. I was thinking the same thing. How does this fight go the distance? Maybe time was off? I don't know. I think he's just allowing Tokos to regen his energy. Oh, because his manager is the guy who flatlined the Twin Towers. Yeah, true. That does put a little bit of an asterisk on it, I guess. But he reps for Kurdistan, man. If he gets a new manager, would you like him? Tokos with the headlock now. Tokos on doing what he does best, which is fucking clinch guys up against the cage and smother them with control. Oh, brother. Urslan reverses the clinch. Yeah, they're talking about how Tuco Tokos used to be bald. He shaved his head. And now he let his hair grow back and he's got a full head of hair. Did I miss something with kumquat in the United States? He's talking about Ali Abdelaziz. Fuck him. I'm representing Kurdistan more than him without even fighting. I start writing in Irish accent since my goat returns. True, yeah. You must be pretty happy, Rwand. It has been announced, him versus Max. If he changes his manager, you might like him. All right, I'll give you that, Rwand. Oh, Tuco Tokos coming back. Oh, Tuco Tokos potentially stealing this round. How is this happening? Oh, this is a sloppy one. What a bar fight. Both these guys hurting each other. Rock'em sock'em robots between these two mid-ass fighters. I love it. All right, well, this fight was terrible on paper, but this is actually pretty entertaining. Yeah, exactly. Rock'em sock'em robots. I love it. That is your boss. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Petty Dana White announces Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway during the Ngannou fight. Yeah, really. He picked that specific fight, too. Gotta love it. Would think nothing less of Dana. Great minds think alike, I guess, Big Ben. It's turned out to be more entertaining than expected. You're probably right now the happiest motherfucker on the planet. All three of my goats fighting back to back. Poetan, Notorious, El Matador. All three are Ali's daddy, by the way. There you go, brother. It's a good time to be Rwand. Everything's coming up Rwand. Ivan Urslan just took Tokos and just tossed him aside. Ali is a douchebag? He's a douchebag with many passports, from what I hear. This UFC summer is going to be a fun ride? Could be. I'll believe it when I see it at this point. I might be a little jaded, but I mean, I think I have good reason to be. Hopefully it all delivers. I will certainly acknowledge it if it does deliver. If they do this for 3 rounds, it'll be in contention for fight of the night. Yeah, so far round 2 not living up to round 1 just yet, but we got plenty more round to go. Oof, there you go. Yeah, nice straights for Tokos. All right, Tokos goes down and stays down. What the fuck? Dead bugging like Hamzat. Tokos just happy to be on his back for whatever reason. Dolphin has 3rd biggest piece of shit on the planet, just below Ali and Josh Hokett. And we wanted to skip this fight. Well, I did not, dude. I never want to skip any fights. I was just anticipating it being more boring than this. It's definitely interesting to look at. Ali got caught with 5 fake passports on September 11th. He's absolutely positively a douchebag. It tracks. And he was inside of the White House. Do you believe it? I heard a rumor of a potential matchup of Volkanovski versus Movsar for UFC 331 headliner, but I'll believe it until it gets announced. Yeah. I mean, that fight needs to happen, so whenever they decide to book it is fine. Oh, geez, yeah, straight up back of the head strikes there. 2 back of the head strikes for Urslan. And Tokos rolls over onto his stomach. Urslan, half guard. Yeah, for as bad as I thought that this fight was going to be, it might end up being 1-1 going into the 3rd. He was in the White House. That's why Trump had Poetan, Ilya, Justin, and Cyril as security behind him. Don't let him pull anything, guys. As the President of the United States, you must make sure that I am protected at all times. You might be perhaps the best protection. You'll never bring politics into a yelling MMA show. All right, well, fair enough. Yeah, Urslan winning round 2 after letting round 1 slip, I think. Even though he is just laying on top of Tuco. I could see them not inviting Hokett to the press conference. Oh, they'll definitely have Hokett at the press conference. They love that shit, dude. Dana eats it up. Obviously, the president eats it up. Round 1 was so fun. What happened? Yeah, Ivan Urslan got on top of Tuco Tokos. That's what happened. All right. I would say it's 1-1 going into the 3rd, so at least that's something. Let me ask you a joke. Oh, great. Here we go. What would Herb Dean say if he would ref an Ali fight? I don't know, Rowan. What would Herb Dean say if he was reffing an Ali Abdelaziz fight? What would he say? One, two, shot to the body. That's what Tokos' corner is saying. Protect myself at all times. Ah, I love it. Very nice, Rwand. He'd be reffing behind behind one of those armored shields that the police use. Speaking of the White House card, there's a little promo for it. We're going to be seeing promos for the White House card for an entire month. All right, round 3. Let's see who takes this fight. See if they keep it on the feet. That'd be nice. All right, some nice kicks from Tokos. All right, Tokos trying to get the striking going. Looking a little wobbly. Gotta run. See you later. Rwand, you are the man always, bro. W for you. Thank you for being here, Rwand. You have a good rest of your day, my guy. See you again soon, dude. Tokos is doing these long, pointy toe kicks to try to keep some distance. Not liking the power of Ivan Arslan. All right, Tokos goes for a level change, and Arslan stuffs it. Herb Dean was waiting to see a dead body and reason why he didn't want to stop the fight when Lynn's got slimed out, making sure if he is still breathing. You know, I mean, let him go out on his shield, I guess. It was kind of a crazy image, seeing Francis just standing over his limp body and Herb Dean just waiting to stop it. But you got to give him credit. I mean, he was trying to give him the chance to come back if he had it in him. You think Tokos got hair club for men or went where Julian Lane went in Turkey? I don't know, bro. I think that's all natty. I think that might be natty. They were talking about it on commentary, saying that like he's a dude who just has a good head of hair and just for whatever reason was shaving it before. And if you look at his old fights, it did look like it didn't look like he had any bald patches. So I think that might just be a natural good head of hair. No hair club needed. I didn't realize that Julian Lane went out to Turkey. That seems to be the thing that everybody does. You thought Lynn's was dead and Herb was just standing there like 9? Yeah. Lynn's was definitely not moving. Herb Dean standing over him like, you going to do anything? No? Okay, I guess I'll stop it. Julian's new hair looks amazing. I'll have to see a picture of it. That must be somewhat recent. I think he was still rocking the bald in the fight that I saw. Him and, what's that guy's name? Dude who ended up beating him. It was a really good fight, though. Trot? Is his name Trout? It was for the belt. We watched it on stream. It was a great card. You were probably working that card. He thought he was going to give him a 10 count. Ha. Yeah, he was, yeah, Pogue. There it is. Yeah. Or Peg. Yeah, Peg. Yes. Yeah. Oh, he won that fight against Peg. Shoot, my bad. I completely forgot. Oh, but Dustin got the win. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, you thought he won that fight? It was definitely a close fight. I was okay with Paige getting the win, but yeah, it was a good fight. That was a really good card. All right, looks like Ivan Erslan's going to win this fight, sadly. He lost it in my eyes. He won it, went to round 6. Yeah, it went 6 rounds, yeah. Went to that sudden death. Yeah, it was good. It was a good fight. Oh, my God. Tuco Tokos letting this fight go by the wayside. Just standing there lifeless with Erslan hanging off of his body. Tuco Tokos fucking sucks, dude. Jesus Christ. All right. Ivan Erslan gets the job done, apparently. Another fight that makes me love BKFC. I agree. Yeah, that certainly, it looked like it was starting off good, but ended up not so great. Jeremy Hall with the Flow State 200 Jewels. Thank you, Jeremy Hall. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for the sparkling jewels. Taco's losing here? Yeah, he definitely lost that fight. He lost steam halfway through that fight and then could not regen at all. But yo, shout out to Jeremy Hall for the 200 jewels. Thank you, sir. Much, much appreciated. The sparkling jewels in the Flow State. I like it. Hey, Big Ben. Turn it up with the 800 jewels. My guy. Brother, appreciate you as well. Thank you for the sparkling jewels. You just learned that? Yeah, jewels are somewhat new. Thank you very much for the 800 jewels, the 200 from Jeremy Hall. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate the generosity. Oh, all right. Ivan Erslan. That was funny. Ivan Erslan's wife is pregnant with their 3rd child, and DC thought they were having triplets. Bro, please. Hey, Big Ben. Yo, Big Ben with the headliner. 1,500 jewels, my guy. Thank you, Big Ben. 1,500 jewels, my dude. Thank you, Big Ben. Brother, appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. All right, Rowan wants me to check the Discord. I will do him that courtesy. Let's see what Rowan posted here. Herb Dean saying protect myself at all times. Rowan, that's great, bro. I like these things. I got 1,000,000 points left. Bro, I appreciate the generosity, Big Ben. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for using your jewels on the Yama stream. Appreciate you, bro. That is very much the homie move. You have slotted yourself right in to the blood palm, Big Ben. Appreciate you, dude. All right. Next up, Nikolai Varetenikov versus Chaos Williams. Next on the docket, starting off our main card. Get yourself ready, people. Yeah, Rwanda, that was very funny, dude. Rwanda is an AI king over here. You like the Chaos guy? I mean, Chaos Williams has been less than impressive in his UFC run, I would say, but we will see what he's got against Nikolai Varetenikov, a person who I have not liked at all, but did pick to win this fight. We are going to see what happens here. Get yourself all ready to go, guys. Hey, Jeremy Hall with the 199 super chat. My dude, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Guys, you guys are going above and beyond today. Thinker, we now need a Herb Dean emote for the Discord. I like it. Yes, we can definitely make that happen. Actually, Johnny, throw that in there and tag Nav. Nav could make that happen. But yes, Jeremy Hall with the $1.99 super chat, my guy. Thank you so much. You, Big Ben. Earlier, people donating as well. It was Sanjay donating earlier. Thank you so much, guys. The generosity is overwhelming. You guys are awesome. I like the name. Parents had a tough time coming up with it. I think his first name is actually Kalen, I believe. But he goes by Chaos. But yes, guys, thank you so much for your generosity today. I appreciate it. If he dies, he dies. Indeed. Herb Dean knows what's up. All right, let's get this next fight underway here. Nikolai Veretennikov versus Chaos Williams. Are you guys ready? Are you set? Let's do this thing in 3, 2, 1. Bang. There's the restart of the timer. We start off with Veretennikov trotting his way around the octagon. We need to, if he dies, he dies. We need that for the soundboard. I like it. I like it, Jeremy Hall. You got a funny pick for the emote, Johnny? All right, yeah, throw it in the Discord and just tag Nav. Nav is our emote king. Hey, Kumar is back. Brother, you just missed Rewind. I was trying to get you guys linked up. Thought you ended the live stream? Brother, we don't end the live stream until the fights are over. We got full main card to go. Hydra's here. What up, Hydra?
W.
Let's go, my dude. Good to see you, Hydra. Hope you are well, sir. Coming in just in time for main card over here. Bro, Hydra with the golden coin 10 jewels. Appreciate you as well, Hydra. Throwing around the jewels left and right today, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Huntington Beach, yes. Yeah, Veretennikov, I believe, is by way of, I think Ukraine, I want to say. Maybe not. Or is he by way of like Kazakhstan? Oh, yeah. He's a Kazakhstan guy. But he is fighting out of Huntington Beach, though. Montreal lost last night. Sadly, hey, not sad for me. So got to hang out with my Yama bros to feel better. Well, bro, you are in the right place for that, my dude. Good to have you here. I know a guy very well from there. The Huntington Beach bad boy. Game 7 has been forced. Who's that series against? All right. Veretennikov versus Williams coming in. Which fighter do you think is the dirtiest in the UFC? For me, it's Czech Congo. He did intentional nut shots. That's a good choice, I guess, if you're going old school. I'd say that, what's her name? Priscilla Kashweda is one of the dirtiest I can think of. And then Cyril Gane is up there, too. Oof. Oh. All right, they're starting off strong here. Off to a quick start in this fight. Oh. All right, stand by, guys. We got a quick start going on here. You know how I like fast starts in fights. Coming out the gate swinging. Don't forget the classic Herb Dean People's elbow on Dustin Poirier. True. Ooh, nice connection for Chaos. Left hand, a little shovel uppercut. Yama family reminder, tonight is the best night of the week. Muay Thai Sundays. Exactly, Jeremy. Yes. If you think that the streaming ends this morning, you are sorely mistaken. We are coming back tonight for Muay Thai Sundays. My favorite. Gotta love it. So yes, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Come back and hang out with your boy for some Muay Thai replay action here. 2 replays for the price of 1 on Sunday. The Cape Coral bad boy? Which movies slash TV shows do you think are actually deep? It's an interesting question. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define deep. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a little bit, John Dong. Yeah, what are the metrics on that? We talking like philosophically deep? Yeah, I mean, again, I think it really just depends on how you define that. I would say that a film like The Big Lebowski has depth. Dark City, some depth to that film. Montreal versus the Sabres. Oh, well, fucking go Sabres, goddammit. Winners play Carolina. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, either of them are probably losing to Carolina. Carolina is just a traditionally very good team. Carolina swept the first 2 rounds 8-0, though. Damn, dude. Carolina on a collision course for that cup. I like the Hurricanes. Cyril Gahn doesn't have a single finish without fouls in there. It's him. True. Good call. Ooh, Chaos Williams. Chaos Williams catching him. Oh, Chaos trying to finish. Oh, Veretennikov back on his feet. A little bit wobbly. Veretennikov a little bit wobbly. Chaos. Can Chaos finish? Oh, another clean shot. Chaos Williams wants himself a beanbag. Wobbly legs for Veretennikov. He does it. Chaos Williams gets himself the beanbag.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag.
That is a beanbag and a missed backflip. Chaos is clobbering him to beanbag territory, indeed. Wow. Let's go, Chaos. And I was counting him out. Golly. Kill or be killed. Veretennikov got killed that time. Chaos Williams. Good shit. Chaos Williams getting the job done. I love it. I appreciate someone finally taking out Veretennikov in a legitimate way. I have never liked that guy. I've sparred with Gegard Mousasi. Maybe he is average, but down to earth to share every knowledge he knows. I mean, Gegard Mousasi is definitely not average, man. He's certainly an above average fighter. He might not be, like an elite fighter, but he is definitely a good fighter. I would say look into Kubrick and Lynch for deep movies. I could see that perhaps. Yeah, I mean, like 2001: A Space Odyssey is definitely a deep movie, I would say. Clockwork Orange, perhaps. Some depth to that. Some good social commentary. Deep in terms of symbolism or philosophy, I'd say The Fifth Element is actually up there with that. Symbolism. You know that there is a circle in almost every shot of The Fifth Element? Yes, legitimate beanbag Hydra. That was a very nice one, too. Yeah, his legs were rubber is right. He was on shaky legs for a minute there, bro. Yeah, I want to see the replays of that. He was doing the chicken dance for a minute. I'm thinking of creating my own MMA YouTube channel. After seeing how much less effort is needed. Also, I have sarcasm and knowledge, and I may collab with Hendo if then you want some reach. First of all, you can it does not take a lot of effort to start a YouTube channel. If you want to be successful at YouTube, it takes a tremendous amount of effort. But good luck to you, Kumar, if you do start it up. Let me know. I'll subscribe to you. Unpopular opinion, but Nick Diaz is better than Nate Diaz after GSP lost. UFC doesn't give a shit. I mean, Nick Diaz looked absolutely atrocious in his last fight where he basically just quit. But fair enough, I guess. Maybe, they're both relics of a bygone era, so it's really not worth talking about at this point in time, I would say. I'm going to throw the Truman Show in there. Yo, Bloomis, good choice. Truman Show is a great one. Remember one time I was saying I didn't think The Dark Knight is deep as people made it out to be, and you agree? I do agree with you, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say The Dark Knight is particularly deep. It's just dark and gritty, and people might confuse that with depth, but I don't think that is any kind of like philosophical statement about anything. I would say that if you want to go with a Christopher Nolan film that has depth, I'd go with Memento. So that's why I was wondering what movies you think are actually deep. I mean, I would have to go and look at the big old shelf. Yeah, I would say The Dark City is one that comes to mind as a deep film. Ruminations on the nature of reality and things like that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think now. Yeah, you know what, John Dong? Let me sit on it for a little bit. I'll come back to you on that one. For like actual, I mean, because like I can name a bunch of my favorite films, but to think that they're actual deep films is like, it's hard to say that that's like how I would class them. I mean, to an extent, I would say American Psycho has some depth to it. Certainly a satire of a certain culture that is both entertaining and thought-provoking. All right, we are paused up for the next fight here. Shout out to Chaos Williams for getting the knockout in that fight. That was good. We got Timmy Kwamba versus Bernardo Sopai coming up next. Nowadays, people think that darkness/grittiness is some emotional scenes make a movie deep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. You want to know a movie that exemplifies that? Here, there you go. I'll give you a great dichotomy here, John Dong, before we get this next fight started. A movie that people think is deep because of exactly what you just said, Up. The Pixar movie Up. People think that the beginning sequence makes that entire film something that it is absolutely not. Yes, the movie starts off with a very sad sequence. I acknowledge that. The rest of that movie is ass and not deep in the slightest. The movie that it beat for the Academy Award, Secret of Kells, that is a deep movie. A movie with some deep cultural significance to the country of Ireland. So there you go. Perfect example right there. You want to see one of the best animated movies of all time, you go watch yourself Secret of Kells. That has visual depth as well. Artistic depth. What's your heavyweight GOAT list top 5? I don't know why people forget Fabricio Verdum is GOAT at heavyweight. He beat everyone in prime, not washed up. Also, Shane Carwin is a good mention. Yeah, that's some deep ball knowledge there, Kumar. I mean, I would say that in the current era, you have to have Francis in that conversation. Tom probably has not done enough to be in the conversation, but probably should be at some point down the line. Fedor is up there. I would say that, Fabricio Verdum is definitely good. I'd say that Cain Velasquez definitely deserves an honorable mention. DC at heavyweight, That's at least a couple of them. I'm not good with lists off the top of my head, as my conversation with John Dong has exemplified. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Great choice, Bloomis. Great choice. The Matrix, also a good choice. That's why I would pick Dark City over The Matrix. I think that Dark City does The Matrix just a little bit better than The Matrix, but it got overshadowed by The Matrix when it came out. John Jones is the GOAT. Ugh. At heavyweight, John Jones was never tested at heavyweight. Does not count. I forget the cartoon series where Batman was in a wheelchair and Robin became Batman. That's Batman Beyond. But Batman was very vengeful. Was a very vengeful douchebag, and Robin would not follow his orders. Yeah, Batman Beyond. People found Up deep. Yeah, they like would think that Up is a deep movie because of the intro, because of the first 5 minutes of that movie, which yes is a very sad and touching sequence that is unusual for a children's film. But to say that that entire movie is deep because of that one scene is very misguided, I would say. All right, let's get Timmy Kwamba and Bernardo Sopai started over here. Get yourself all queued up. Get yourself ready to go. Are we good? Are we good? Bueller. All right, 3, 2, 1, Kwamba. And there's your restarted timer. Truman Show was not bad. Truman Show is great. Truman Show is an excellent movie. I would say, actually, I mean, I know that this might be kind of a dorky one to throw in there because everybody knows about the twist now, but I would say that The Sixth Sense is a deep movie. You know? Not only because of the twist ending, but also just because of the nature of loss and you know, an examination of the human condition based on its relationship to death. I know I keep bringing it up, but Interstellar is a great example of a movie people find deep because of its emotional scenes. Yes, correct. No one talking about it, but Makhachev has the best chance to be first 3-division champ. I'd say that that's true. Sean is not a weight bully at middleweight, former welterweight, and Makhachev has better BJJ to submit in guard, which Khamzat does not have the ability to do. Yeah, I mean, Islam Makhachev is pound for pound best fighter on the planet right now, so I think it's going to take a lot to beat him. Have you seen Her, starring Joaquin Phoenix? Yes, I did see that movie. I thought it was very good. Spike Jonze makes good movies. There you go. Being John Malkovich, there's a deep movie. That's actually, I think Being John Malkovich is a great answer to that question. That's a legitimately deep movie. That's a movie that I don't think I have on DVD, which is crazy that I don't have that. It's been on my mind since I watched it when it came out. Need to rewatch. Yeah, no, Her is a good movie. Yeah, Spike Jonze makes good movies. I liked his Where the Wild Things Are as well. Thought the puppetry was very beautiful in that film. Bernardo Sopai is dangerous. So is Timmy Kwamba. Let's see this fight. Quit fucking soft spoiling these fights, Johnny. How was the Chaos Williams beanbag? It was fucking sweet is what it was. Kumar, do not forget Poetan has a chance as well. True. Yeah, Poetan is making a pretty goddamn good run for it, isn't he? I don't know if I like the longer-haired Kwamba right now. I'd say Pereira has the best shot for triple champ, and he's too small for middleweight. Makhachev, you're saying? Islam, yeah, Islam is too small for middleweight. Yeah, I mean, middleweight is a pretty big stretch for Islam, I would say. I would agree with that. Could he swing it? Maybe, but could he like take a fight at middleweight? Probably. Could he be a champ at middleweight? I think that that's a little bit of a tall order. Being John Malkovich is amazing. That is a great, great movie. And yeah, a movie with legitimate depth to it, I would say. Spike Jonze has an interesting way of interpreting the human mind and its connection with perception of reality. So there you go. That is definitely a deep movie, deep film, and it's kind of funny to boot. You know, it's got some funny elements to it, which is cool. And the ability to make Cameron Diaz not look attractive is always something that is to be lauded, I would say. because Cameron Diaz is amazingly beautiful. All right, a little bit of a chess match in this fight so far. Both guys throwing, but a lot of blocks. Yeah, they're kind of trying to outwit each other here. You're Apollo guy? Yeah, no shit, Kumar. You've made that very apparent that you're Apollo guy. Nice low kick for Kwamba. Level change in some of those shots. Hamzat, people saying Hamzat is boring for hugging, but before Drika's fight, he had finishes, an entertaining decision, but it's time he takes, like, win, he needs a year. I mean, he doesn't, bro, he's one of the most inactive fighters on the roster. How could he take another year off? This time that guy beat up, imagine he at least needs 2 years for recovery and he needs undeserving title shot over Imavov. 2 years for recovery. Makhachev is the best pound-for-pound fighter once a year. Yeah. Yeah, his lack of, like, consistent activity is a little annoying. I will give you that. But when you're the GOAT does what he wants. All right, so Pai grabs Kwamba's back here as we end round 1. Who remembers when Vinicius Oliveira was very disciplined and dangerous when he was an up-and-comer? Yeah, I remember it. He lost that real quick, all the while talking shit and posting footage of him beating up his training partners in the gym. What an asshole. I do not like Vinicius Oliveira. These are the fighters that I need to remember when people ask me who are my most hated fighters. Oh, so Pai trying to go for a short choke here. 17 seconds. Oh, he's got a chin crank going. 10 seconds. Kwamba getting squeezed, gives the thumbs up. 4 seconds. Can he survive? He will survive. Man, Timmy Kwamba. Bernardo Sopai almost getting the finish there. Kwamba wags the finger, but we all saw it, Timmy. Better come out better in round 2. But that's why I bring up Breaking Bad earlier. It's my most favorite show because of all the symbolism. Yeah, true. I think that Breaking Bad kind of lost the plot a little bit towards the end. I think that they did a decent job sticking the landing, but they could have went a little bit bigger with the ending of that show. But I do agree that there is some good symbolism in it. And it is a very quality show. One of the best television shows of the modern era. Is Spike Jonze adaptation any good? Hell yeah, dude. Adaptation is, I mean, it's a weird movie, but it's good. It's definitely it's one of his stranger movies, I would say, but it is definitely good, and Nick Cage is very good in it. Nick Cage is a very good actor. People don't know this because of his crazier work, but Nick Cage is actually a very fine actor, and he's very good in that movie. Saw it way back in the day, remember nothing. Nick Cage plays twins, if I'm correct. Yes, you are correct. He plays 2 roles in that movie. Breaking Bad was really good, and it made you watch Malcolm in the Middle. Oh, all right. Starting off round 2 with a nut kick. Kwamba kicking Sopai in the twig and berries. Haven't seen Malcolm in the Middle. Is it good? Yeah, Malcolm in the Middle is a good show. I would say that I wouldn't say like you have to go out of your way to watch it personally, but it's funny. It's good. It's got quality elements to it. I don't consider an interim champ a real champ. Well, you shouldn't, considering that it's an interim champ. Alex needs to beat Aspinall, which I don't think is happening. Aspinall hits harder than him, has ground game. Remember Volkov on top of that physicality. Well, if Alex wins at the White House, then that'll be the fight to make. And then Cyril Gane will have gotten away scot-free with all of his eye-poking ways. It's like saying Hamzat can beat Sadulayev in a wrestling match. Fair. I do give you some credit, Kumar. You definitely have some deep ball knowledge. Season 5 of Breaking Bad was a little weaker. Yeah. I just think that they, like a lot of shows that get popular, where they don't have an entire arc laid out. Because they even said that like there were elements of the finale of the final season that they had to like kind of dig for. Like they didn't have like a laid out plan for the final season, and I think it kind of shows. Yama, I'm out. Time to get the day started. Chat soon, my man. Yo, Big Ben, appreciate you always. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you very much for your generosity with the donations, and I will certainly be in touch with you, most especially about that bucked up thing that we talked about. I think that could be really good for the channel. And of course, let me know when you hear back from Jade. Oh, down goes Kwamba. Oh no, Timmy. Little Timmy Kwamba. Oh, Bernardo Sopai. Sopai looking to finish. Timmy Kwamba nearly got finished in the first. He's almost finished. Now Jaron Villel allowing this thing to continue. Sopai doing all the work. Damn. Jaron Villel letting this go on. Sopai mounting. Sopai on his back now, giving Kwamba a little time to recover, but Kwamba is bleeding profusely. Oh, Timmy Kwamba about to be finished. Nose might be broken. Sopai trying to get the choke again. Oh, he has it. He got the tap. Beanbag for Sopai.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag.
Sit that man on the Albanian beanbag. Shout out to Albania with the world's hardest flag. I love the Albanian flag. Sopai needing a victory, needing a finish, putting out what I thought was a pretty hot prospect in Timmy Kwamba. I'm actually very surprised by that fight. Lord of War was amazing. Lord of War is a good movie. The ultimate cup kick that will stop you in your tracks. True. How could I forget Twin Peaks? Yeah. There's a series to sink into if you want to go deeper. That is true. Yeah, for sure. I would say that Get Out is a pretty deep movie. You know? Do you think Paulo going to lose to any southpaw in light heavyweight? Khalil, Ankh, Hill, or southpaw? Yeah. I think he will have problems with Ankalaev. He might have problems with Khalil. I think he can beat Jamal Hill. I really want Gane to lose badly because I really dislike Gane so much because he's a cheat and gets unlimited title shots and robbed the victory from Volkov. All huge facts, Johnny, and I agree with them all. Yeah, that neck crank was very nice, and that beanbag was super nice. Is that Sopai's girl screaming her head off out there? He's got a ghastly pale queen. That is a very white girl. I would rate Malcolm in the Middle with Married with Children. Different types of shows, though. Different styles of comedy, for sure. But actually, Married with Children, I think, is actually somewhat of a deep show. I know that might be a crazy thing to say, but if you want to talk about a show that is a reflection of the culture in the time that it came out, that is a reflection on the male human condition right there. Married with Children. And I don't think Married with Children gets credit enough for being somewhat of a cultural touchstone, I would say. Also, Al Bundy, I forget what the actor's name is off the top of my head, but that actor is a BJJ practitioner, if you did not know. Yeah, Married with Children was an excellent show. And also, Christina Applegate on that show, top 10 white women of all time. Which discipline in martial arts is best or superior? Muay Thai. For me, I've trained Muay Thai, boxing, BJJ, but I put BJJ on top above it. If you have to nullify BJJ, you have to know some BJJ, not like other martial arts. I mean, BJJ isn't real. You just stand up. I don't know if you ever heard that before, but... All right, shout out to Bernardo Sopai there. Getting the job done, getting himself a beanbag, and we come up to the next fight, which is Modestas Bukauskas versus Christian Edward. The man who has Jesus Christ tattooed on his titties. We're going to cue this thing up. But yeah, I mean, as far as entertainment value goes, Muay Thai is my favorite. BJJ is obviously a great base, but you have to have striking to back it up or you're never going to last in mixed martial arts. But there are people who can negate BJJ by doing basic movements sometimes. So it really just comes down to how good you are at BJJ. I've seen a juicy guy like Valentine Overeem. What? Valentine Overeem? Get choked up by a half-size guy to unconscious. That's your reason. Okay, yeah. I mean, BJJ is certainly a neutralizer when it comes to people of different sizes. I agree with you on that. Ed O'Neill. Yes, that is the actor's name. Yes, Ed O'Neill is a BJJ practitioner. He's a black belt, actually. I would say Muay Thai with judo and sumo. Yeah, you need to show me the practical applications of sumo, bro. I know you like sumo, but it seems like it is a very impractical martial art to use in any kind of legitimate combat setting. All right, get yourselves prepared here, people. Modestas Bukauskas is fighting Christian Edwards. Are you queued up? Are you ready? Are we ready to go? Checking. 1, 2, 3. We ready? All right. Modestas Bukauskas, Christian Edwards, starting in 3, 2, 1, banger. There's the restart of the timer. Of course, Christian Edwards in on extremely short notice. Once again, I must say, I appreciate all you guys being here. Make sure that you are subscribed if you are new. Like the stream. Join the Discord. Become a member of the Blood Palm today. You'd be surprised with sumo. They use a lot of judo and striking in open stance. Yeah, I got to watch sumo at some point. What sumo for fighting on street? I would have to bulk you first. Bulk you? Also, a ton of understanding leverage. Yeah, well, that certainly tracks. Yeah, one of these days we got to watch a sumo card. I mean, shit, if we watched Armored MMA, I guess we got to watch sumo. Armored MMA was fun, though. All right, Modestas Bukauskas, the Lithuanian Englishman. For example, Machida's second art was sumo. Okay. Well, we all know how long the Machida era lasted, so. And of course, this fight is a catchweight bout because Christian Edwards is in on days' notice. All right. Fight is underway. Nice straight for Bukauskas to start this thing off. Have you seen the altercation between Tracy Cortez and Eileen Perez, Battle of Cakes? Yes, I have seen the two of them jawing at each other. I'll send the Discord link again right now. The May Basho second week about to start. Well, I won't be watching it, so you can send it, but we'll have to do that sometime in the future. Certainly will not be today. I mean, Modestas Bukauskas is supposed to make this fight look easy. Christian Edwards just backed him up all the way across the octagon to the opposite cage. And Modestas Bukauskas is now being clinched up by a newcomer to the organization. All right, they break the clinch finally. Low kick for Edwards. Machida never used sumo. He used judo, throw, and taekwondo, front kick, and striking. Yeah, karate is mostly what he used. When will you saw he touching someone's titty to push someone backwards like in sumo? It's a good point. Watching 4 people trying to put an 85-inch TV into a Prius is very entertaining. Square peg, round hole type IQ. Yeah, you might want a bigger vehicle for moving a television of that size. Nice knees to the body for both of these guys. Before UFC, he used sumo. Well, does it count if he didn't use it in the UFC? I mean, it's hard to say that that would be a good base for MMA if he didn't use it in the UFC. Oof, nice kick to the body for Modestas. Heard the snap on that. Oof. Modestas just missing on a big power shot. Which have the best footwork in UFC? For me, it's Cody and Melvin Manhoof. Damn, Melvin Manhoof getting a shout out. Best footwork in the UFC? I mean, Cody, like, saying that Cody has good footwork, you're just basing that on him dancing around, though. I mean, like, just because he can do shuffle steps doesn't mean he's got good footwork. I'd say that Prime Dillashaw had better footwork than him. Say MVP has good footwork. Ian Gary. Try and think of other, like, good fluid movers in the UFC. Another nice body kick for Edwards there. Ooh, nice kick to the head by Modestas. All right, that was a decent little round one. Not great, not terrible. Okay, time to get some groceries. I'm done laughing at these morons. All right, Sanjay. Enjoy your trip to the grocery store. Some of the Dagestani guys jump on me in the gym or street. I have to firstly bulked to compete against that pack of huskies to implement sumo. Yeah, I'm not buying that sumo is a great base for mixed martial arts personally, but To each their own on the thought process. Do you think Bukauskas has a bright future here, or he'll just be a UFC unranked jobber? Definitely the latter of the two of those, unfortunately. Yeah, Modestus has let me down too many times. I had picked Bellato to win the fight in the original matchup. I mean, Bukauskas getting styled on by Nikita Krylov kind of speaks volumes in this day and age. Someone gave them ratchet straps and is showing them the way. What a nice person. Well, good for them. I'm glad they figured it out. They'll probably ratchet strap to the roof with the doors closed and then not be able to open the doors again. They'll have to climb out the window. Nice overhand for Christian Edwards. Nice front kick for Modestus. Nice jumping switch kick for Edwards. Ooh, good connection for Edwards there. I mean, the fact that this fight is still going on as long as it has gone on really does not speak very highly of Modestus Bukauskas, I would say. This person is legit nice and showing them to open the windows and strap it for them. Very nice. Oh, all right. Oh, Modestus landing a couple good ones. Had Edwards on his bike for a second there. They're point fighters like karate. My sense by best footwork means that if a guy can dodge a shot like he did against Cruz, not just dancing his best bantamweight for 25 minutes, he is not the best bantamweight for 25 minutes, first of all. Second of all, that is not footwork. That's head movement, bro. Being able to dodge shots. I mean, footwork is involved in that. But we're talking about movement when it comes to footwork. We're not talking about just dodging shots. Dominic Cruz is probably up there with that. You think Bobby Knuckles is going to show lighter man skills against Nikita Krylov? I think so. I think that if Bobby Knuckles cannot beat Nikita Krylov, then there's not much for him left in this sport. Ooh, Edwards on the ropes. Nikita, oh shit. Modestus Bukauskas laying on some heavy shots. Yeah, DC is not wrong. Modestus Bukauskas going back into the clinch for no reason. Break off and knock him out, bro. What are you doing? Low fight IQ move. We were talking about this a lot last week. Also crisscross and explaining so it does not slide. Good man. Dom Cruz by far is the GOAT at footwork, and I cannot stand the guy. True. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was saying. Dom Cruz is definitely in there. I'd say Piotr Jan has good footwork. A lot of the smaller guys do. You know, they move a lot. Why is every welterweight on a losing streak after losing the title? After seeing Buckley dominated after 1 year with Kamaru, Bilal Muhammad has a chance. Ha! Buckley, who did not train any wrestling or grappling in his training camp for Sean Brady, the wrestler grappler. I love Piotr's backup technique. He uses some sumo, just saying. All right. Also used in sumo. Got you. But yeah, I mean, welterweights going on losing streaks after losing the title. I mean, that's not just welterweights though. That's a pretty common occurrence. You know, once fighters have completed the hero's journey in MMA, like the backside of their career is generally not as good as the front side, you know? I think the smart move for Usman is to move up to middleweight. He would be pretty undersized for middleweight. Why would that be good? I mean, granted, welterweight is like the most competitive division right now, but still, I mean, I don't think that he would benefit from a move up. He would have a lot of guys with power to contend with up there. Some decent wrestlers too. That was a great connection for Modestus. Bam! That was the really nice one right there. Right hand directly on the nose. All right, Modestus doing some decent work in this fight. Edwards perhaps a tough guy. But Usman hasn't been active, though, as a reason why he's moving down. He's not moving down. Oh, moving down in the rankings, you mean? Yeah. Well, I mean, again, he's an older guy. I don't know. Like, I don't really know. I don't understand what his plans are, to be perfectly honest. He's a guy who has already completed the hero's journey and then some. One of the most dominant champions in the history of the sport. He has a very successful podcast. I don't really know what his plans are or what he's thinking he's going to accomplish. All right. Modestus Bukauskas working his way towards... Oh, nut shot? Yep. Little nut connection. Modestus to Edwards. All right. They touch gloves. They're good. Agree or not, Prates is good when he has the reach advantage, but against Morales, he is on a disadvantage. On top, he has wrestling. Even JDM took him down. On top of that, he has his physicality. He is 220. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. Michael Morales is not a dynamic mover himself. Michael Morales is not going for takedowns, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He could get knocked out. But I think that he is the more well-rounded mixed martial artist out of the two of them. And being 220 outside of the fight doesn't really matter all that much. I mean, he might rehydrate to a pretty big weight when he gets back in there after the weight cut. But I think Carlos Prates is pretty, he's proven himself to be able to beat pretty much anybody. So Michael Morales, he could knock him out, but that's about all he can do. So if they want to make Morales versus Prates, I'm certainly here for it. But Carlos Prates, in Carlos Prates, we trust right now. Edwards clinching up Modestus. This is certainly not a way to win a fight right now. It is a way to neutralize the striking of Modestus. Another nut shot that Edwards just tanks. Heard the sound of it, but Edwards fights on. Oh my God. Modestus just allowing himself to be clinched up over here. Nice shoulder strike from Edwards. Edwards doing absolutely nothing with this. There we go. Finally, Modestas gets out of it. Under a minute and 30 seconds left. Let's see if Modestas can put on some nice strikes to finish strong in this fight. I guess the only good fight for Usman is Morales or Sean Brady, and maybe he could fight Bilal if Bilal beats Bonfim. Yeah, I mean, all of those are okay. But, like, again, I don't know what Usman's ultimate goal is. If he's trying to get himself into a title equation, the inactivity is definitely not going to lend itself to that. The division has passed him by, regardless of whether or not he can still win fights. There are a lot of hungry guys in that division who are wanting to be way more active. He could fight Ian Gary at some point. If you carefully see Carlos's body, he has much torso and leg, which is best for Muay Thai, but vulnerable to wrestling. That's why JDM and Gary took him down, and Morales in camp, I see on IG preparing his ground game. Okay. I mean, preparing in camp and being able to actually pull off the takedown are two different things. Plus, I mean, I think that Carlos Pratz's range striking ability is going to be the big decision maker for that. He can use his kicks to keep Morales at range. Usman's goal is to sit on his horrible podcast with Henry telling him he's got goosebumps waiting for a title shot. Yeah, just sitting on the sidelines. Yeah, his navigation is just very strange, Kamaru Usman, right now. Why he even thinks he needs to do this is beyond me. I mean, he literally was one of the most dominant champions in the history of the sport. Anything at this point is like risking legacy tarnishing for Kamaru Usman. Rumors keep swirling with Kamaru about fights I'm interested in, but it never happens. There you go. Split decision? What? Bro. Tony Weeks. Oh, thank God. I was going to say, are you kidding me? Modestas Bukauskas took all 3 of those rounds. How was that a split decision? I want to see Kamaru actually deal with the Bilal beef at welterweight or DDP beef at middleweight. True, yeah. Actually, the Bilal fight does make sense if Bilal beats Bonfim. I think that actually tracks. I think Jan Blachowicz is a problem at heavyweight. Brother, his shoulders are fucked up. Jan Blachowicz is not a problem anywhere anymore. Jan Blachowicz he's not capable of being a problem anymore. He's like Nogueira, beat everyone when underdog and loses to the easiest. I think that they are maybe have some similarities, but no. Yeah, Jan Blachowicz is not a threat anywhere anymore. All right, so Modestas Bukauskas gets a split decision win, even though I thought that was a pretty definitive win for him. Next up on the docket is Malcolm Wellmaker versus Juan Diaz, and this, of course, was a fight that people told me there were some interesting elements in, so I'm looking forward to seeing what happened in this fight. Once Paramount Plus wants to optimize my viewing experience. Hello, Paramount. What is going on right now? Oh, here we go. All right, just had to refresh real quick, but Paramount is giving me the optimizing circle. We will get this queued up and paused. If it ever wants to go. All right, there we go. All right, queuing it up. I think Cejudo might still be salty and making delusional takes even since he, or ever since he got out wrestled by Frank Ocean's boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, that's Henry Cejudo, bro. He says cringe and outlandish shit. If I had a genie to wish on, Jan gets titanium shoulders, DDP can always just get up, and Tom Aspinall has diamond-coated eyes. True, dude. Yeah, and Conor McGregor was never introduced to cocaina. All right. Malcolm Wellmaker and Juan Diaz is next, my guys. Get yourself prepared if you are watching along. Appreciate you guys hanging out either way. We're going to get this thing started here. Get yourself all cued. Get yourself ready to go. And we are going to start Malcolm Wellmaker versus Juan Diaz in 3, 2, 1. Bingo. There's your refresh timer. If Dana leaves the company, UFC will not grow. Joe Rogan's going to leave if Hunter Campbell takes over. Why would Dana leaving the company have anything to do with the growth of the company? The company doesn't need to grow anymore. It was bought for $7.7 billion. It has grown as big as it needs to get. Look at shorter-haired Malcolm Wellmaker over here. New look for Malcolm. Yeah, Dana already doesn't do anything at UFC other than Instagram live streams everyone hates. Yeah, he's a figurehead. Yeah, no, Dana has very little influence over the growth of the UFC anymore. Although Joe Rogan did say that if Dana White leaves the company, he would also leave. That is when Dana will retire, or excuse me, when Joe will retire. Malcolm went full light skin with the waves, yo. You ain't lying, bro. Got his Keith Sweat going on here. Dana doesn't do any matchmaking. He's just there as an employee to promote, and Joe Rogan just says annoying shit, so no. Joe Rogan is a legend. We must be kind to Unc Joe Rogan. If Dana and Joe left the same day, I'd be celebrating in the street. You say that now. You say that now like the future wouldn't be some abomination where it's already trending towards. To say that Dana is the only reason that the UFC is going downhill is very narrow-sighted, very myopic. A night with Dern or a year with Angela Hill? Fucking night with Dern any day of the week. I mean, I like Angela Hill as a person, but that's what we call a no contest. All right, Wellmaker and Diaz is underway here. Just over 20 seconds into this fight. Nice kick to the body for Wellmaker. A lot of hand fighting going on here. Little bleak kick for Juan Diaz. They're not the only reason, but they make me less happy every time I see or hear them already. I'll give you that. That certainly tracks. Ooh, nice snapping kick for Wellmaker. I want the UFC to hire MMA YouTubers as commentators. It would be sick to hear. Again, you think that would be cool until you actually hear it in practice. Turns into a fucking chuckle fest. Do you think which fight happening has more chance, Ilya versus Makhachev or Polo versus Gourmet Chenchin for interim? I mean, Paulo versus Hamzat could definitely happen more likely than Ilya versus Makhachev right now, it seems. Makhachev seems like he is playing the waterfowl role and ducking Ilya. So I would say that Paulo versus Hamzat could happen more likely, but for the belt, I don't know. One of them would have to win the belt to begin with, so there's a lot of factors in play there. Oof, nice kick to the body. Wellmaker using his kicks nicely in round one. Islam doesn't want to fight Ilya. Hamzat wants to at least go to Paulo's division, so I'd say that's more likely. Yeah, definitely. It's that fight is definitely more likely, but to think it'd be for the belt. Like, a lot of things have to happen for that to be a belt fight. Hey, Hydra with the floating heart. 10 jewels. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Hydra. I always appreciate your jewels. Some would call them the family jewels. Hey, Hydra with another 30 jewels. A nice little flower. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Hydra. Thank you very much for your bedazzled generosity. Hydra with another 30 jewels and another flower. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Hydra coming through with all of the jewels today. Hydra, Jeremy, and Big Ben. Oh, Bernardo Sopai taking the back. Hydra with another 10 jewels. Oh, Bernardo Sopai on the back now. Malcolm Wellmaker on his feet again. Hey, Tyler Betts, how you doing, brother? All right, Wellmaker is back to his feet. Juan Diaz clinching him up. Hey, Johnny the God with the high five 10 jewels. Bam, high five, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the jewels, guys. Jewels are very much appreciated. I am a fan of the jewels. Had to empty my Jewel account. I didn't realize it'd play all the notifications individually. Ooh, oh, hey. Juan Diaz with the knee to the downed opponent. Oh, he got him on the shoulder? Wait a second here. We need to see replay. Eric McMahon on the case. Legal shot? Hold on, people. Hold the phone. Thank you for the jewels, of course. I appreciate it. Jewels for my favorite Jew. Ah. Well, that certainly tracks. Rubies and jewels. I need to find that clip from American Dad. All right, let's see this here. Okay, Malcolm Wellmaker gets knocked down, and yeah, no, it was a knee to the shoulder. Yeah, it is. Okay, that was a legal shot. That was legal. All right, DC was correct. I mean, there did look like there was a little bit of connection with the thigh, but, you know, not exactly a knee to a downed opponent. Hamzat, brother, they said they wanted the rematch with Sean. Yes, I know that. Like undeserving title shot over Imavov, and after that performance, UFC will not fight for gold after losing gold, although that's my dream. UFC might, that was a very close fight. So UFC might want to rebook them if they both want the rematch. I don't think Dana will let Hamzat stay at middleweight after what he said after the Sean fight. He should move up. He got gifted the fucking weight make. It ricocheted up? They got 1 second left in the round. They're going to restart this. Okay. I mean, I'm not mad at it, honestly. That probably is the right way to handle that. But, like, to not take the point and then say it ricocheted up. How did the knee ricochet up? All right, there you go. Round 1 is over. They hug it out. We can move on from that very weird situation. That was just weird. I mean, so what they're saying, how's Wellmaker so far? Well, he just got kneed in the shoulder, and they're saying that it ricocheted up. I don't understand the idea of it ricocheting up. It hit him in the shoulder. That's a legal strike. Yeah, it hits him in the shoulder. He takes his head up to go for the wrap around the body. Yeah, it hits him in the shoulder. There's a little residual impact maybe to the side of the face, but he is moving his own head upward. So, yeah, no, that was fine. And yeah, and they're saying that the intention was to the head. Well, you know, he got lucky that it didn't land on the head for that reason, but it didn't happen, so they fight on. I think this is a little bit of a nothing burger. But yeah, so far Malcolm Wellmaker is doing pretty well in this fight, even though he did get dropped. He lost the round because he got dropped. Have you seen Paulo versus Vettori? Yes, I saw that fight. Hamzat can't take even half of that damage in the clean kick. Even pillow-handed Sean jabs makes his head like amoeba. Okay, Kumar. You talk too much. Yeah, fine. Again, you're speculating. Like, you can speculate about this stuff like for all day, and you obviously definitely can do that. But like, all of this speculation, just wait until the fight is announced and then, like, see what happens in the next fight. What is the point of talking this shit to death? Sean has underrated power. He just doesn't throw big bomb shots. He always messes up his opponent's face like DDP after the first fight. Yeah, Sean is like death by 1,000 cuts. Remember when Gilbert Burns dropped Hamzat badly and almost landed the soccer kick? Yeah. Fucking Curtis Blades almost landed the soccer kick at 217. He got very lucky that thing did not connect. Oh, all right. Juan Diaz getting his wrestling game on here. Wellmaker trying to stay on his feet, but Juan Diaz doing a nice job of putting some back pressure on him. Bummaker, all right. Well, I have not seen the outcome of these fights yet. So I'm watching them for the first time, so please keep the spoilers to a minimum, Tyler. But this one already was kind of spoiled for me anyway, so. He does seem to be getting worked right now. That's certainly the truth. Did you see Curtis has been doing more videos with guys like Bedtime? He's getting a lot of love now, which is good to see. He deserves it. I have not seen that. But that's good to hear, because I do like Curtis as a person. Do I mean he's a bum or makes bums out of people? Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, bum maker. True. Yeah, good point, Tyler. All right. I'll give you that. Good save. Well, right now, he's certainly not looking like a bum maker in that sense, because Juan Diaz is hanging all over his back, and Malcolm does not seem to have much of an answer for this. I mean, yeah, Juan Diaz is just all over him right now. He's been hanging off of his back for the entire round. Hey, Johnny the God with another 10 jewels. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you to everybody who's been donating today. You guys are awesome. Oh, and there goes the choke. Oh, Wellmaker taps. Wow. Jeez. Juan Diaz hung off of his back for an entire round and gets himself a beanbag.
Oh, that boy got a beanbag.
Ooh, that's a beanbag.
I mean, it seemed slightly underwhelming, I guess, just because he hung on him for so long, but good on him. Good on him for working as hard as he did and finding the submission after all of that. Yeah, Malcolm Wellmaker's got some holes in the game, dude. He might have knockout power, but the holes are opening up. What a beanbag for Juan Diaz, and poor bum maker. He'll have to rehire from a blue collar job. Back to pipe fitting. Sorry for the spoiler last night. You're good, Hydra. You're good. But you're disappointed in Wellmaker. I mean, yeah, I think it's understandable to be disappointed. I mean, he nearly got finished in the first round. Yeah, a couple of guys that I thought were better prospects than they maybe are in this card, you know? I thought the Timmy Kwambo was a pretty good prospect, and obviously he got finished. And now Malcolm Wellmaker, who is somebody I was pretty high on for a minute. Obviously, there are problems in the game. There are holes in the game that need to be addressed. You were so confident in him. Yeah, I know. That's same here, bro. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. What are you gonna say? I mean, Malcolm Wellmaker is a dude that's just used to being able to knock people out. You know, you got to be more well-rounded than that. You can't have a dude hanging on your back for an entire round and then finding the choke after all of that, you know? How long do you think Malcolm takes off now? Good question. He should take some time off. I mean, really what he should do is take some time off to get his BJJ up. Got to be a better wrestler grappler than that. Juan Diaz is kissing his bicep. Guess he's got either his mother or his girlfriend or wife tattooed on there. At least we have Elijah Smith. True. Hell yeah. We still have Elijah Smith. We must cling to Elijah Smith now. He made it so close with Ewing, though, and looked better defending the grappling in that fight, which is what confused me. Yeah, I think that really what it is that he got overwhelmed in this fight. I think Juan Diaz was just a little bit more relentless, which is, I mean, in and of itself, pretty impressive. I mean, Juan Diaz, he would not let up. Foot on the gas. And now, yeah, how about Juan Diaz over here? I mean, a dude who got in off of a viral spinning elbow knockout, didn't know what he would look like, you know, with a little bit more intensity in a fight. He went out there and nearly finished him in the first round with the strike, you know, dropped him in round one, and then found the sub in round two. So maybe another decent prospect in Juan Diaz. Could be, right? Yeah, he's saying I'm more complete than just being a striker. Yep, there you go. Yeah, my limited Spanish coming through for me. Son completo. Juan Diaz wanted to say one more thing. Of course, you cannot do that with DC, bro. When he turns the shoulder, you are done. Yeah, very impressive. I have to say, I was skeptical of Juan Diaz. I do hope Ewing and Diaz are just that good so it doesn't turn out that he's actually bum maker. Could be, man. You know, sometimes guys looking really good early on in their career, they run into problems that they don't have answers for. I also hope that that's the case, you know? Just how bad is Cameron Simon, though? One of MMA Guru's guys? Yeah, Cameron Simon's not it. Yeah, Cameron Simon is not that dude. You'd grab DC's shoulder, he would shake it away from you, Tyler Betts. You'd have to, that's a lot of shoulder to grab, bro. You'd have to use 2 hands. Simon was always small and chinny. Yeah. Another dirty fighter, by the way. There you go. Kumar was asking about dirty fighters before. Cameron Simon, kind of a dirtball fighter. You remember some of his fights? He was grabbing the cage, kicking the nuts. He was fouling left and right in one of his victories, I recall. All right. I believe, is this the co-main event? This is the co-main event. All right, we are making our way through this card, people. Co-main event, the one that I was most excited for. Sadly, a fight that has been spoiled for me, but we are going to watch it, and I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. Doo Ho Choi is fighting Daniel Santos. Of course, as I have always said, Doo Ho Choi, one of my absolute favorite fighters. A dude who should already, I think he is in the Hall of Fame. I think they inducted the Cub Swanson fight into the Hall of Fame. So Doo Ho Choi, a potential Hall of Fame fighter, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, you know what? Let's look that up real quick. Just because I'm curious. Is Doo Ho Choi versus Cub Swanson in the UFC Hall of Fame? Yes, it was. I knew I was correct about that, but I had to double check. You cashed on Doo Ho Choi? You're lucky that I got this fight spoiled for me. All right. We are going to see it. We're going to enjoy it. I cannot wait to see my dude Choi come out here and get the dub. So get yourself all queued up. Korean Superboy versus Daniel Santos. I'm surprised that Santos made weight. Was Santos? Oh yeah, he did miss weight at some point before, didn't he? I think he missed weight in his last fight, right? Yeah, the wily cat, Daniel Santos. All right, get it all queued up. Doo Ho Choi versus Cub was fucking crazy fight, man. Top 10 of all time. Absolutely. It certainly was one of my all-time favorite fights. And made a fan of both of those guys out of me. Love that fight. We are all rooting for Doo Ho Choi in this fight. I love it. Let's go. All right, get it queued up if you are watching along. We are at 0-0-0-0. And we are going to start this thing in 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Whoop. And there's your restarted timer. Superboy Choi. You know, Korean conscription is why we have been denied Superboy Choi fights. That's the only thing you can say about Doo Ho Choi is that he's just not active enough. Other than that, he is a fucking legend. But, of course, military conscription in Korea kept us from our Superboy. But he's back. Going up against the wily cat, the dude who has a baby tattooed on one side of his chest and a fluffy little puppy tattooed on the other side of his chest. Uberlandia. Talk about a name that goes hard for a region of Brazil. Where are you from? I am from the Uberland. And there's the Korean zombie behind him. TKZ, all D-A-Y. The legend of the zombie. Thank God they conscripted Superboy, single-handedly kept the North Koreans from invading the whole time he was there. Yo, dude. You don't need an army. You don't need an army when you have one Superboy Choi. You know that Rod Tang is a fan of Joshua Van because he's been liking a lot of Josh Van's posts, which is sick to see. I like it. Hell yeah. I like it. Love to see it. Now that he's neutralized the threat, he can fight again. I love it, dude. I love it. Superboy Choi shakes the hand. And now the violence begins. Switch kick to start off for Santos. Ooh, spinning kick. Misses wide for Santos. Santos getting wild. He's getting wily. We got a UFC off week. Oh, do we? Do we have a week off this week? Oof. Hey, Beeb, what's up, brother? Tyler, I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to check after this fight. But Beeb, chat royalty is here, people.
Send me location.
Absolutely. We don't get a lot of South Korean fighters, but the ones we got are legends. There's like a new crop of South Koreans that are kind of hit and miss. That guy, Peace of Mind, comes to mind. Haha. Park. Park is his name. Not Iron Turtle Park. That's a different park. But Iron Turtle is a legend. Yeah, there's a couple of Korean fighters that are better than others. Hell yeah, shout out Beeb. Thoughts on Conor versus Max 2? I don't particularly care. I know a lot of people care. But, you know, I'm glad that people are happy about it if they're happy. We do have a UFC off week. So in 2 weeks, UFC Macau. Okay, got you. So Macau is not this week. It is next week. Good to know. All right, off week from the UFC. Finally, it feels like. I mean, not that I want it necessarily, but we have had a long stretch of fights. Long stretch of event weeks. Yeah, 4 a.m. start time for Macau. Scary return for Conor. You know, it's like to think that Conor's going to come back and be Conor again is kind of a stretch, I would think. But Max has not been looking great himself, you know. Knocked out and not submitted, but knocked out and dominated in his last 2 fights. I think this is actually a perfect time for this rematch. Oof, nice connection for Santos. Santos is looking good with his striking early in this fight, but Choi just staying composed, not letting any of this faze him. And they're talking about Santos gassing himself out. That was something I thought early when he threw that spinning kick. I was like, you got to be careful putting that much power and effort into these shots. Nice knee. Ooh, some good connections for Santos. Holy shit. Connected with the knee and some striking up top as well. Santos then level changes. All right, Choi on the outside now. DC was speculating that Santos got hurt. Oh, Santos with some nice uppercuts. Santos is putting a lot of strikes out there, man. Another nice uppercut lands for Santos. Yes, now you can watch RWS comfortably, Thinker. Why was I uncomfortable before? Ooh. Jeez, these connections for Santos. Superboy Choi's got a chin, bro. Oh, well, you mean I can watch RWS comfortably because we don't have UFC? They don't really affect each other. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess technically because of the time change, but I could watch RWS live if I wanted to, I think. I think those will overlap, but either way. Now, we'll be doing our Muay Thai Sundays. Maybe take a day off on Saturday, perhaps. We'll see if there are other fights that we want to watch. Yo, Santos is throwing the kitchen sink out there. It is amazing to think that Choi is able to tank all this damage. Superboy Choi has a super chin. He should be Super Chin Choi. Doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Max got KO'd arguably by the greatest featherweight of all time, and there's no reason to streak No reason the streak he was a part of is considered the greatest 3-fight streak of all time. And there's a reason that the streak he was a part of is considered the greatest 3-fight streak of all time. Got you. Yeah, no, dude, trust me. I mean, Max is one of my all-time favorite fighters. I certainly believe in him. But you cannot deny that he has lost fights recently. So I think that because of the positioning of both of the fighters, it makes a good amount of sense to have them fight each other now. Again. Max then didn't get submitted by the greatest finisher and submission artist of all time. They make a good point with that too. Max is going to come back and maul Conor if Conor even makes the fight. All right. I like the prediction. I hope it happens. Conor getting sacrificed in his final fight of his contract would certainly be a way to go out. It would certainly be a way to put a nail in Conor that the organization wants at this point. The organization probably does not like the heat that Conor has generated off of his various legal troubles. All of the other things that Conor has done outside of the cage. Conor being a part of bare knuckle, perhaps. Conor was low-key just a weight bully. IMO, his only big W besides Aldo was Eddie. I mean, there is some truth to that, too. There is some truth to that. But he did have a dominant performance against Cowboy. That was not a weight bully situation. But it is Cowboy Cerrone at the tail end of his career. Conor is going to dominate, says E-Money J. All right. Well, again, E-Money J, still waiting for that purchase at yamashow.com. Until then, I'm not listening to any of your predictions. All right, round 2, of course, has begun, and Santos is looking a little bit slower than before. Just a little bit. Oh, there you go. Another nice combo for Santos. Oof. 2 for Choi. Oof. Big connection for Choi. Side of the head. Nice low kick for Choi. Low kick returned for Santos. It's a good scrap between these two. Santos just throwing everything he's got out there, but he has slowed a little bit in the second round. And there's the level change for Santos. Choi staying on his feet. Nice balance. Did you hear that John Martin is losing revenue due to ESPN failing to promote PFL and they're slowly losing stars? And what do you think of PFL, of the future of PFL? I did not hear about that when it comes to PFL losing revenue because of ESPN failing to promote it, but I believe it because I do think the PFL has never done enough to promote PFL. Yeah, I mean, PFL has been losing revenue because Saudi Arabia has stopped the funding as well. Saudi Arabia has pulled back a lot of their Riyadh season and adjacent spending, which PFL benefited from greatly. I like what John Martin is doing with PFL, at least from what I have seen, but the fact that they are not doing more to have homegrown stars, I think, is definitely limiting their reach. I think they've been getting... Oh, Choi starting to turn the striking up himself now. This could be the sea change. But I think that, I think that PFL got a little bit too ambitious with all of their regional stuff. I think the PFL is suffering from the legacy of Don Davis right now, really. I think Don Davis had a lot of big, lofty ideas that did not equal up to a sound business strategy for a fight promotion at the level that they are operating at and were operating at the time that he was there. So I hope that Martin can right the ship, you know what I mean? I hope that he can get them back on course, but if PFL is on shaky legs, it does not surprise me. And it's going to take a lot to get them on better ground. Yeah, Santos definitely slowing down now. And Choi slowly working his striking in there. Oh, big connection. Very nice connection for Choi there. Ooh, another big connection for Choi. Choi counter-striking nicely now, and Santos has significantly slowed at this point. Santos going for another level change. Choi really nice with his balance. Oh, Choi with the front headlock here. What's he going to do with it? Santos, that was a little nifty move. Nice scramble. Oh, another solid connection for Choi. Left hand on the inside. Oh, Santos covering up. Oh, jabs getting through for Choi. Yeah, signs of fatigue definitely showing. Oh, Choi working the body. Body shot, dropped him, and it's over! Superboy Choi with the beanbag!
Oh, that boy got a beanbag!
Ooh, that's a beanbag.
Sit him on the body shot beanbag. Hell yeah. Beeb, thank you very much for the 100 jewels. Appreciate you, bro, and I appreciate that beanbag from the GOAT, Doo-Ho Choi. What a beautiful body shot that started that off. Finished this fight. Gotta love it. What a beanbag from Superboy Choi. That was a brutal body punch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the jabs were getting through early. I mean, Superboy Choi just stayed so composed through all of that onslaught. Another reason why I love him so much. The guy can take damage. He'll let you do what the fuck you think you're going to do, and then he'll do what he wants to do. Beautiful, man. God, fucking Doo-Ho Choi is the man, bro. If you go back and listen to the podcast with me and Chase, when Chase picked Daniel Santos to win the fight, I audibly said, yes! Because I knew I would be getting the point off of this fight. I knew that us picking differently would be a point in my column. Hell yeah. Shout out to Doo-Ho Choi. What a legend. All right, let me catch up with you guys. Also, all of McGregor's recent training footage has been him planting his feet in a new boxing style. If he was going to beat Max, he needs to be kick heavy and manage distance like his prime again. All right. We will see if that new style carries over into the actual fights. A W over old man L Street Cowboy is nothing to brag about. True. He did handpick that fight. That was kind of funny. Trying to change to a boxing style after years off and fighting Max for the first time is a recipe to lose. If he goes into the fight with that style, yeah, I would say that is something I agree with. Hell yeah, brother. Next is Melky Costa versus Arnold Allen. Yes, please refrain from spoilers for the main event as I have not seen it. But we are coming around to the main event of this thing. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Appreciate all you guys with the jewels. Thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you for the super chats earlier as well from some of the guys in here. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. You guys show so much love. It means the world to me. We're going to let Superboy Choi have his time on the microphone, and then we're going to move on to the main event of the morning. Afternoon now. Yeah, this has been a nice little afternoon/morning stream here. You'll spoil the main event, don't worry, it was a good fight. Okay. Well, that's an acceptable spoiler. Who would you like to fight next? Please just fight again, Doo-Ho Choi. He wants to fight Pitbull? Oh my God. Bro. Dude. Doo-Ho Choi would punch the ever-loving face off of Pitbull. That's actually kind of a weak call out, I would say, but I'll allow it because Choi is the GOAT. All right, we are getting the main event queued up here, people. My playback experience is being optimized. All right. It was a good fight before the Nate and Perry fight. I mean, I think it was a better fight than that fight. But at least that fight was somewhat entertaining on an otherwise very layup-heavy card. Please let Choi get Pitbull out of there. True. Yes, I would certainly enjoy that. He would box the head off of him. But I mean, Pitbull did just lose to Pico. I think that everybody has been pretty underwhelmed with Pitbull. I think he could go higher than Pitbull, bro. He should have fucking asked for a title shot. I love Doo Ho Choi. He can do no wrong to me. But either way. All right, guys. We have come to the main event of the morning / afternoon / evening. Get yourselves all queued up here. Get yourselves ready to go. A layup heavy card where almost everyone failed the layup? What are you talking about? The MVP card? Literally everybody who got a layup got the layup. What do you mean? Fucking layup for Ronda, layup for Ngannou. Layup for Robellis to an extent. Old man JDS. MVP MMA looked more like the WNBA just missing their layups. What are you talking about? But they all looked like shit. What? They all all of them finished those. Everyone that I mentioned finished those fights. Are you talking about the undercard? That doesn't count. The undercard is a different story. I'm talking about main card. Undercard I thought was somewhat decent. At least there was a little bit of competition on the undercard. Main card left a lot to be desired. I hope they do another MVP MMA because they were fun fights and maybe they should do a bit of a smaller venue. Yeah, definitely a smaller venue. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know about it, man. After watching what they sold that card with and all of those fights going exactly as you expected them to go with very minimal competition involved, I got mixed feelings, I guess. But we will save that conversation for the main event here. And Excuse me. Arnold Allen is fighting Melchizael Costa. So we are going to get this thing started. If you are watching along, get yourself queued up. 0, 0, 0, 0. And we are going to start this thing in 3, 2, 1, bang. There's your restarted timer. We need like a better main event than Ronda because she killed the mood. I don't know if she killed the mood. I mean, again, all of the fights went exactly as you thought they were going to go with very minimal competition, except for the Perry and Diaz fight when it comes to main card. So killed the mood. I mean, it's not Ron. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. It's not Ronda's fault that she was able to armbar her so quickly, you know? All right, the usual suspects on judging assignment. Melchizael Costa coming in with the green hair today. You can't make a good main event out of only old former UFC fighters. Yep, that does seem to be the case. You certainly cannot build a promotion off of it. Also, it was Armin's boy and Pereira's sister that missed their layups real bad. I mean, Pereira's sister did not win her fight, in my opinion. And Armin's boy, yeah, he fumbled the bag. Those were the two that stuck out. Well, be careful, Hydra, because in the Pereira sister fight, first of all, I thought that Jade won that fight. Second of all, Jade might be my future girlfriend, so we have to consider that there is certainly a not 0% chance that I might be hooked up with Jade Masan Wong. Big Ben is playing matchmaker over here, so just keep that in mind. But even before that was even a possibility, I did think that she won that fight personally. I didn't think that Pereira's sister did anything in that fight. I thought she looked terrible. You ship it? I like it. Thank you, bro. Nah, I don't know. I appreciate the meme aspect of it, but you know, I did a little bit of research on Jade Masan Wong, and she is French Canadian and emphasis on the French. She's got the accent, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If Jade wants to talk, I'll certainly talk. I don't know how I feel about a girl with an OF, though. That might be a little bit of a hard line for your boy. All right, Arnold Allen, Melchizael Costa. It's about to start. Chris Tione saying, let's go. All right, fight is underway. Arnold Allen, Melchizael Costa, they touch gloves. Fight is on. Oof. Nice connections for Costa after Allen putting the pressure on. Nice spinning kick to the body for Costa. All right. Hey, couple nice strikes getting through from Costa. Nice low kick. Ooh, Costa dropped. Wow. Costa drops. He's back on his feet now. Damn, Arnold Allen. Arnold Allen gets the takedown, too. Allen looking good early in this fight. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at the replay and the picture-in-picture here. Yeah, damn, left hand spun him out of his shoes. Holy shit. Oh, Costa trying to go for the head and arm. Sneaky little guillotine attempt there. Turned into a head and arm. All right, Allen is on his back. Oof, nice elbow for Costa as he also fights the hands. Oof, knees to the body for Allen. Hey, Costa with a nice little up and over move there. And then Allen just grabs one of his legs. He's got him doing a full split standing up. Evil Allen mode for real. Arnold Allen in black shorts came out fast and active between fights. I like this version. Yeah, Arnold Allen looking like he's got a point to prove in this fight. Did you see DC and John Jones talking shit and DC called John Jones gay? It was a funny show like classic frenemies. Was that on that Ultimate Fighter Russia thing they were doing together? DC got away with calling something gay on the fucking UFC broadcast last week. Remember we were talking about that. I forgot what he was talking about, but DC literally said he called something. He was like, "It was so gay, man." I was like, "Damn, DC." All right, Costa has the back now. Good chin on Costa still be in this fight. Allen is strong, true. Yeah, so is Costa. They're both fresh, you know, round one. A lot of muscling going on. Oof. All right, takedown attempt for Costa, but Allen's still on his feet. My coworker never cards anyone, and she carded me. I literally said, "Are you serious?" She did not even recognize you. It's weird. Well, there you go, Sanjay. You're holding up. All that good diet. People think you're 21 or under, I guess. All right, Costa's kind of hanging off Allen's back and side now. It's an odd position. They're kind of pressled up over here. All right, Costa, head and arm guillotine again. Almost like a side anaconda. Nice. All right, Allen slips that. Allen on his feet, trying to land some strikes. Costa dives forward a little bit. You were curious on this fight? We are in the middle of it now. I've heard it was good. That's all that I know. And so far, I think round 1 is going to Arnold Allen. He came out really strong and aggressive, as Hydra said. Very nice. Yeah, good work for Arnold Allen. What round are you on? We just finished with round 1. Round 2 is about to start up in under a minute. Yeah, that was a very good start for Arnold Allen. Melchizael Costa, got to remember what it's like to take adversity, really. That's what I would say about Melchizael. He's had such easy fights for him lately that he's got to remember that he's not always going to be able to go out there and just get his way. You're not going to be able to jump gilly everybody. Not everybody is touchy-feely. Arnold 10-9 in the first? Yeah, definitely. All right, round 2. Here we go. Round 2 is underway. Costa's got to stop with those spinning attacks, bro. You're going to gas yourself out for no reason. All right, they both connect on a couple inside hooks. Allen keeping good pressure, keeping the center. Costa on the outside. Allen with some nice low kicks. Ooh, good connection both way there. Allen is not letting up on the pressure. Arnold Allen is going to have a hunchback when he is older, bro. You can see, look, his posture is ridiculous. I mean, granted, he's keeping a low guard and everything, but I mean, just look at the way that his neck slopes. But Allen is landing some nice strikes in round 2. Costa missing on some high kicks. Low kick lands. He's an odd-looking bloke the way he stands in the cage, but he can scrap. So far, that is certainly tracking. He just finds really nice jabs. Also, Melchizael Costa just banana peeled. Slip and is on his back, just lying on the ground. Also, maybe I never noticed it before, but goddamn, Melchizael Costa is white as fuck. His legs are like translucent. I don't know if I ever noticed that before, but golly, his legs are so fucking white. Ooh, Costa back to his feet with a couple nice strikes up top. Allen eats him. Costa's legs are so white, they look like an extension of his shorts. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. His trunks are darker than his legs. He looks like one of those fish that you can see their internal organs. I'm going to get a nice afternoon nap in before Muay Thai Sundays tonight. Ooh, nice body shot for Allen. Of course, Yama Cat woke me up at fucking 6 o'clock this morning. I've been up for a while. He has the same skin disease that Michael Jackson had. Yes, vitiligo. Slightly questionable as to whether or not Michael Jackson actually had that, but that is what they said. And we found out that Brazil has some of the highest vitiligo rates on the planet, actually. So, him being the vitiligo king makes sense. A role model for all of those affected by vitiligo. I mean, I would say Arnold Allen is up 2 rounds right now. Vitiligo is what I thought a mixed kid would look like when I was 5. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Hydra. All right, round 3. The cage is locked. All right, round 3. Oof. Nice low connection for Costa. Jab has been working all fight for Allen. Ooh, nice connections for Costa there. That was a nice sequence. I mean, Costa needs to turn up the intensity at this point, because he is, in my opinion, down 2 rounds. So 2018 Allen, I saw some people saying 1919 on Twitter. I don't know how you make a case for Costa winning that second round, personally. I mean, he did what he has been doing throughout this fight. He lands a couple of decent shots, but they're few and far between. That last connection, that last combo connection that he just had was one of the better connections that he's had all fight. Oof. Nice body shot after Arnold lands a couple up top. They've been trading a lot of shots, but Arnold has been putting some good mustard on his shots, and it looks like the volume has been there better for Allen as well. Looking at the potential eye poke here. He got touched on the shoulder. What the? That was weird. Oof, another couple good connections for Allen. Allen's looking good in this fight, man. The volume is there, and like the great thing about Arnold Allen's volume striking is that when he's landing in volume, but he's also mixing in power shots. So you get the best of both worlds, basically. You get all of the volume of a volume-heavy striker with the power strikes of a dude who wants to get a knockout. Also, Allen could benefit a lot from mixing in some uppercuts, man. Because Melquizael Costa is dipping almost full body, full torso extension when he's trying to get out of the way of these shots. So he's putting himself in prime position for an uppercut. That was a couple nice ones from Costa. Arnold Allen's striking is what my Muay Thai coach wishes everyone did. In what sense? Oh, jeez. Arnold Allen is putting some serious heaviness on these shots. Costa with another spinning kick that went nowhere. All right, Costa goes for the level change, but Allen ends up on top. Dominant round in a dominant fight so far for Allen. I mean, Costa had a combo in the very beginning of the round, and other than that, Allen is just, he's a machine out there right now. Man on a mission. Basically, infinite volume no matter what the round, and power shots to finish when you throw a combination. Yo, I like it. Shout out to the Muay Thai coach. Oh, nice elbow for Allen on the ground. Costa ain't like that. Did it cut him? Doesn't look like we're seeing blood just yet. At least nothing dripping. Yep, Arnold Allen laying on some nice shots with this top control. Costa tries to roll through, but Allen stays with it. Nice negation of that. That was really nice. That was actually really nice work. Oof. Nice hammer fist from the top. And Arnold Allen says, stand him up. Costa bleeding out of the side of his eye. I don't think that was from one of the elbows, but certainly from one of the multitude of volume strikes that have come through from Arnold Allen. Allen is just finding these connections, man. Costa keeping his hands low, too. Look how low his hands are. Face is wide open. All right, that'll do it for round number 3. And yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that Arnold Allen is up all 3 rounds right now. I mean, again, Melquizael Costa had the best combo of the fight for himself in round 3 in the very beginning. But I don't think it was enough, personally. I appreciate the cornering right now. Corner telling him to stop it with the bullshit spinning attacks. Yeah, there you go. That's that 4-piece combination that I was talking about for Costa at the beginning of the round. And then Arnold Allen lands a beautiful combination along the fence as well. Bro looking like he got exactly 0 sleep. I was a little bit more energized earlier in the stream, but I am starting to slow down. It's going to be nap time after this. Also, Rick, I've been meaning to ask, because I think it was you. Was it you that was talking about mixtape? You still pissed at me for spoiling that fight, bro? Nah, you're good, Rick. I'll be pissed about you something else, I'm sure, but you're good for that one. Plus, it was a beautiful, beautiful finish for Doo-Ho Choi, so very happy about that. But were you talking about the video game mixtape? Because yes, I've been hearing and seeing a lot of YouTube videos about this game. The story surrounding mixtape is actually very interesting to me right now. People are calling it an industry plant video game because it has been getting very good critic reviews, but very, very bad reviews from the average public. Oof, Arnold Allen landed some nice strikes up top, as he has been throughout this entirety of this fight. That was a good connection for Costa. Costa's going to have to finish this fight now. I think he's down all 3 rounds. But yes, mixtape is very interesting to me. So they're saying that mixtape is basically a 2.5 to 3 hour experience where it's more of a movie than a game. I heard the gameplay is very simple, but overall it has a good vibe. I haven't actually played it yet. Yes. So yeah, I've heard that the vibe that they're going for is like 90s nostalgia, but they didn't actually nail it. The music selection apparently is not exactly appropriate for what they're trying to get across as far as like the period piece element of it. And it's been getting like 10 out of 10s by like critics all over the place. And almost everyone who has played it says that it is not a very satisfying experience. That was a really nice sequence for Allen there. Strike into the knee. And Allen has him clinched up on the cage. I think Allen is possibly going to walk away with a 50-45 in this fight. I like narrative-driven things. I've also heard that the narrative is not great. But again, I'm only going off of secondhand information. Don't, play the game if you want to play it. I'm just saying the conversation surrounding it has been very interesting to me. Because I wasn't even really seeking it out, but I ended up kind of just somebody that I was watching reviewed it, and then I got recommended another review. And so I've just been seeing the algorithm is recommending a lot of these reviews of this game, and it does seem to be a little bit controversial. It's probably not a 10 out of 10. That seems a bit high. That's actually one of the shout out to I think her name is Madam Decade or Miss Decade, something like that. She is a British YouTuber who's like a cosplayer, but she talks like an English school teacher. Very interesting video that I watched from her. Lady Decade, something like that. Lady Decade or Miss Decade, whatever it is. She had a pretty excoriating review. And that's what she had said. She's like, when you say it's a 10 out of 10, you're putting it amongst the greatest games of all time. And it certainly is not living up to that for a lot of people. Industry plant game sounds like something I should have heard about. Oh, Hydra, if you have not heard about this game mixtape, I would recommend watching a video or two. Like I said, watch the Lady Decade video about it. Because I don't know, there's something about her, man. Like, she's got that English strictness that was, I don't know, it certainly was keeping my attention, I'll say. Where do you do grocery shopping in Florida? Usually Trader Joe's. No, I don't have a Trader Joe's near me, actually. I am generally shopping at Publix. Mass Effect is one of my all-time favorite series. True. Classic to a lot of people. Cosplayer who talks like an English school teacher sounds like a fetish. Bro, Hydra, you're kind of nailing it right now. She has definite fetish vibes to her. Very intelligent, though. I mean, the stuff she was saying, she presents information very, very professionally, I guess you could say. But she's got like a strictness about her that I was like, this is doing something to me. Telltale makes some very fun movie-esque games. I think Telltale went out of business. But yes, I am familiar with Telltale. Fallout is your top series. Did you like the Fallout TV show? Because I watched the first episode of that, and I thought it was pretty good, and I never went back to watch any more of it. Looking forward to 007 First Light? True. I've heard some good rumblings about that. I'm out, bros. Thanks for always being here. Wish you all a great week. Legends. Bloomis, you are a legend.
W.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Bloomis. Appreciate you always. Bloomis, a legend of the Blood Palm. I've seen some stuff about the new 007 game, and it looks like it could be really good if executed well. I'm good with that. I would love there to be another cool 007 game. Publix is employee-owned. Yes, it is. One of the reasons that I'm okay with paying the fucking exorbitant prices there. When you shop at Publix, you're paying a premium for sure. Generally, if I'm trying to save money, what I'll do is do as much shopping as I can at Target first, and then get the rest at Publix. All right, Costa's trying to mount a little bit of a comeback here. Yeah, Costa definitely down a number of rounds here. Costa's going to need to finish this fight, I would say. And he's turning up in round 5. He's got a lot of round 5 left to go. It's 4:20 on the clock right there. I like the show. I'd give it a 7 or 8 out of 10. I'm not a TV guy, though. They made some choices the player could make canon by putting outcomes in the show. Some hate it for that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never played the game, so I am not familiar with the lore and all of that. Like I said, I thought the show was good. It's certainly a show that I would not hate to keep watching. I watched it with a friend of mine who's a big fan of it, and I didn't not like it, but not being a player of the games, I was not compelled to continue watching. All right, Allen gets another takedown. This is not good for Costa if he wants to try to finish this thing. Time to get drunk and make adobo blue cheese mac and cheese. I love it, bro. Let me know how that goes, man. Yes, adobo with blue cheese on my broccoli was an absolute game changer. I am always going to be adding that adobo from now on. It was a legitimate game changer. I was like, oh my God, this is really good. It was surprisingly good. I do love adobo, though. If you haven't played the games, you'd probably like it if you're interested in the series. Got a lot of new players into Fallout. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really very into games that I have to commit a lot of time to. I just don't have the time to get invested in narratives. But I would be down to watch a long play. Yeah, Arnold Allen doing a really nice job of staying in control to win this fight. Arnold Allen doing great in this fight, really. This is very, very impressive work for Arnold Allen. I really thought Melky Costa was going to have a better showing here. Yeah, Arnold Allen doing everything right to make himself get to the victory. I appreciate this performance. Pun intended, Fallout 76 was their downfall. I heard a lot of negative about Fallout 76. Yeah, I heard there were a lot of problems with that game. One of those games that got shipped unfinished. But yeah, if you have not heard the discourse surrounding mixtape, I would at least recommend watching some YouTube videos about it because it's very fascinating to me. Very fascinating that Basically, like, it almost reminds me of like a Rotten Tomatoes situation where, like, you know, you have the critics meter and then the fan meter on Rotten Tomatoes, and like sometimes the critics will give a movie like a fucking A plus and the or, you know, it'll be like a 90 out of 100, and then the fan reviews are like a 50. This is what that is like. Mixtape was getting 10 out of 10s across the board from critics, and almost every reviewer that I have seen, I have yet to see someone give it a positive review. That is not a industry journalist. Arnold Allen pummeling from the side of the head here, trying to set up a twister. Yeah, that's unfortunate that he couldn't have gotten it. That would have been crazy if Arnold Allen went to round 5 and got a twister right before the horn. If you ever played the game New Vegas, the gameplay and graphics are worse, but just get a simple mod package. It's got incredible dialogue throughout the whole game. Okay. Well, there you go. That's something for you, Sanjay. I think you'd appreciate the moral choices. They're actually pretty deep sometimes. There you go. If John Dong is still in the chat, that's for you, John Dong. Fallout, a video game series with depth. And Arnold Allen very happy with himself, as he should be. Melky Costa getting taken down a peg. Arnold Allen showing that there are levels to this game. Hey, look at that America branded belt for UFC Freedom 250. Only New Vegas though. 4, 76, and 3 don't fulfill that, but I think they're still fun. Okay. Yeah, like I said, any game that I have to get invested in is not something I'm really interested in right now. I just don't have the time for it. New Vegas isn't developed by Bethesda, which is why it's so good. Damn, Bethesda. Catching some strays.
Boom, roasted.
All right, let's hear these judges make it official. 50-45. Damn, 49-46, the best they could do for Melky Costa. And Arnold Allen is upset with not getting 150-45. He really is autistic. Jesus. Starting to lose my ability to speak here. Been streaming a lot this weekend. So what's your overall thoughts on this card? I thought it was very good, actually. Yeah, this was a very quality card. Yeah, this is really actually, this over-delivered in a real way. Yeah, some really good fights early in this card. You know, a couple lulls here and there. It wasn't bangers across the board, but I would give it like an 8, you know? I would say that this is actually like definitely like a 7.5 or an 8 card. Maybe a 7.5. I think 7.5 is good. But yeah, 7.5, definitely solid. Yeah, Arnold Allen getting upset that he did not get 50-45s across the board certainly speaks to the level of autism. I'm trying to make a baby with my beautiful wife. Yeah, I'm sure she loves to hear that on a national broadcast. I'm glad we all know that now. Everybody, did you hear the news? Arnold Allen is trying to make a baby with his beautiful wife. He is so fucking weird, man. Let this be some inspiration for all of you young gentlemen out there. If Arnold Allen can land a woman, obviously it's possible for anybody. And of course, since we are on Paramount Plus, that is the end of the broadcast. So that is what it is. How long till we see Alan in the cage again, do you think? Well, I mean, like he said, he's trying to make a baby with his beautiful wife. So I don't know. How long? Might be a little while. I mean, coming off of a victory after a loss before that, he did have somewhat quicker turnaround between fights. I would say probably within maybe 6 to 8 months. But if not, then maybe early next year would be my guess. I find it so funny when people are saying they're trying for a child, aka I'm doing it raw and filling it daily. I know that's what exactly. And I mean, like, you know, so this was, I guess, a weird situation, but like, there was a guy that I used to work with, and like, I didn't know him super, super well, but I thought we were like somewhat friendly, like friendly enough to have like more than just like surface level conversations. And we were out one time with like a mixed group of people that like some were more friendly than others. It was kind of like just work people that all just decided to go out. And he was with his wife, and they said that they were like starting to get one room ready for like maybe making it a nursery. And so I asked, I was like, oh, are you trying for a baby? And like this lady made like this big scene about it. She's like, oh my God, what a personal question to ask. And I'm like, they literally just said that they're possibly converting a room to a nursery. So like, I didn't think, you know, I kind of just like assumed that it was like the answer is yes, but I was just kind of like, oh, you're trying for a baby. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a weird situation that it always sticks out in my mind that like this lady made this huge fucking deal out of something that I thought was pretty a standard thing to talk about or ask or whatever. I didn't get graphic with it like that, you know? Yeah, you're trying to fucking, you know, to fill her up there, pal. You're trying to blast that egg? I mean, like, it's some crass shit. It was like, fuck off, lady. That lady turned out to be a bit of an asshole anyway. Fun way to make a baby is Kama Sutra. Okay, Sanjay, Jesus Christ. All right, well, on that cheery note, no, we're just making a nursery room for fun. Yeah, exactly. We're leaving it there for no reason. I mean, yeah, and that's why I was saying, it's like, yeah, I didn't even really need to ask. But again, this is a person that I thought I was like somewhat friendly with. So it's like, oh, yeah, you know, and his wife was there. Obviously, I mean, I'm like, you know, I'm not going to be like asking like I mean, like, I wasn't going over, I didn't feel like I was going over the line with this dude and his wife there. It's just, people are just fucking weird, man. They're weird with what they consider societal norms and all this shit. That is why I always say, do not let society trick you into thinking that it is wrong to be attracted to women as a man. There's nothing wrong with being attracted to women, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, women are like this whole fucking like movement of like, you know, these I guess like the post Me Too shit. It's like it makes men feel like anytime that they express any level of attraction is like wrong. And I'm just like, I am out here making that one of my soapboxes. It is natural to be attracted to women. When you are attracted to women, it is not automatically saying that is the only thing that is good about the woman. You can respect women and be attracted to them at the same time. Andrew Tate said it best, having a girlfriend in 2026 is gay. He does say a lot of things are gay. He also dances like he knows a lot about gayness. Anyway, all right, guys, that is going to do it for today. It's not going to do it for today. It's going to do it for this stream. We will be back later this evening. Your boy is pulling double duty today. 2 streams for the price of 1 on a Sunday. So thank you so much for hanging out with me for this one. I am so glad that we got to catch up on the UFC card. Thank you so much to everybody who was so generous today with all of your jewels and your donations, your time. I appreciate it. Dude, I live in a big beach city. I keep my eyes down as people get a bit aggressive. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, don't ogle, I guess, but you know, it's tough, man. It's tough out there. I get that. Andrew fights harder to stay in the closet than he did against a reality TV show star. Big facts. All right. So anyway, guys, I appreciate you hanging out for this one. I'm glad that we got to catch up on the UFC. Of course, the podcast is tomorrow. Last week's fights, myself and Chase Parton will be breaking down each and every one of these fights that we just watched. If you have not watched the video about Khamzat Chimaev, give that video a watch. It's been doing pretty good numbers. Subject is not so great, but I appreciate the viewership of it. Leave a comment if you haven't. Make sure you like it if you enjoy it. Yamashow.com for all of your merchandise needs. A couple of people in the chat have already gotten their merchandise. If you have not gotten yourself something, go ahead and get yourself something awesome. If you have gotten yourself something, there's more. I will be back probably at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Muay Thai Sundays. So if you are around and you want to hang out for some RWS Muay Thai, come back to the stream. We will be watching Muay Thai. Always a good time when Muay Thai is on the screen. Until then, you guys have a great rest of your afternoon, a great rest of your weekend. And as always, fight on.
Change.